gravitate. Gravitate.
Hello, good evening and welcome along, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for yet another season of Sim3D GT Series. Can you believe we're already into Season 4? And that means that we, of course, have to start things off tonight. We start things off at Road America. A very, very good evening and a very warm welcome along. We are getting ready to go racing for the first race of the brand new season. And I've got to be honest, I cannot wait to get started. My name is David Christie. I'm going to be along with you for the rest of the season. I was due to be joined alongside with me tonight was going to be Alex Goldschmidt. Now he unfortunately can't make it tonight, so yours truly is going to be doing the whole 4 hours by himself, but I'm damn sure that you guys and girls out there are going to be keeping me company, and my goodness me, have you got a big lot to live up to. I've been watching the free practice through the week, I've been watching qualifying going on just now, and I'll tell you what, there is some big pace going on out there tonight. Of course, it is going to be a several round series with multiple classes taking part. We've got the GT3s in both Pro and Am flavour, GT4s and the TCR, so that means we're going to be seeing the likes of the BMW M4, the Porsche 911 and the Mercedes AMG from 2020. The BOP is as follows: all of the cars getting 75% fuel, no way at this point in time. That may change during the season, and the only car that actually changes is the TCR Hyundai Elantra, that actually gets 99% of its actual power compared to the Honda Civic with its 100% power. So as we said, qualifying is underway at the moment. We'll be giving you all of the info in just a couple of minutes time. But the schedule currently looks like this. Today obviously we have got a 4-hour race here at Road America that's due to start in just under 8 minutes time. Then we've got the 4 hours of Hockenheim, 4 hours of Barber, and then it's Belle, Indianapolis and Motorsports. Now the Belle race on the 11th of March, that's a very special one because instead of being a 4-hour race, that's actually going to be a double header, so that's going to be two 2-hour races that is going to be happening there, so a little bit of something to spice up the season halfway through. So 11th of March, Hockenheim, your next race is going to be on January 14th. It's going to be the 4th of February for the 4 hours of Barber. 11th 11th of March for Belle, 8th of April for the 4 hours of Indianapolis, and then 6th of May for the 4 hours of Motorsport, a track that I know very, very well, and all I'm going to say is I hope the virtual insurance is renewed in plenty of time for that race, because it is usually chaos. Good evening to everybody that is on the YouTube chat. Now, this is what I want you guys to do tonight. Absolutely spam chat away. Have fun with it tonight. Obviously, if it's a little bit inappropriate, then I'll be laughing and probably reading that out on air. However, we want to hear who you guys are supporting out tonight. If you're going to be driving along tonight, you know, let us know, get in the chat and get that filled up. It certainly keeps me company and gets a lot of entertainment on the go as well. So good evening to Nick, to Tom, to Gautier, to Chris Lowlands, and yeah, Chris, I appreciate you feeling my pain on this one. But actually, to be fair, and this is no word of a lie, there's some seasons where you're like, oh god, I've got to go and do another, you know, you've got to go and do another event, and you get some events like this where you're like, how on earth has that just been 4 hours? It goes by very, very quickly indeed. So we've got just 5 and a bit minutes left to go in qualifying. I can tell you from looking at the track just now, it looks like it's we'll head down trackside actually just now, and you can see there it's Sim Racing Grid who are currently on pole position in the GT3 AMS. It's Mark de Boer just in the car just now. Janis Albert is currently in the car for Sim 3D Sport at the moment. Fantastic then to see Brabham Esport up at the top end of GT3 Pro. They're really making things work very, very well for them just now, currently up there in pole position. Let's get a little bit more detail then on exactly how they are going down just now, because at the moment they are ahead of Backmarker, Razzle Dazzle, FTR Esports, GT3, RPM Racing, Prismatic Motorsports, Athena, Writer, Panda Racing, Blue Chip Racing, D-Line Racing, Red, and Aerokinetic. So it's the GT3s that are currently out at the moment. Well, the TCRs and the GT4s have already been out. Now, the interesting thing, this is what will really bring home the bacon in terms of context on this one just now, is the fact that when I put in their best times, there you go, you've got, what's that, the top 5 cars split by 4 100ths of a second, in fact even less than 4 100ths of a second, and all cars within a second of each other. That is incredible pace up there in GT3 Pro. Over at GT3 AM, and we'll find a car that's actually on track at the moment, Mark Baxter Jones just now for 11/10 Racing. Sim Racing Grid currently taking pole position in GT3 AM right now, 204.305. You can see a much bigger spread, as that's a great lap there from Mark Baxter Jones, put them up into P2 into qualifying just now. So that is a fairly decent lap there. But while they sort themselves out, we can run through the grid very quickly when they actually head out onto the circuit. So let's talk a little bit more just now then about the circuit that we're going to be at today. Road America, of course, one of my favourite tracks of all time in iRacing. It's one mostly because I won the race that we did here, and the one thing that I love about this as a commentator is the fact that the corners, for me, don't have names. They're basically numbered from 1 to 12 all the way through to to that final turn 12. So it makes it nice and simple, straightforward for me. But yeah, it is what it is. The thing with it though as well is that on Road America, It is just such a wonderful, wonderful sweeping circuit. You know, you really have to have your wits about you. Especially through the likes of the moraine sweep and then through the hurry downs as well. At just over 4 miles in length as well. It makes plenty of overtaking opportunities. So I love the fact that we've got Yussus in the YouTube chat, and I'm presuming that he's talking about the football. But either way, the other thing that really impressed me is just what a spread of cars and of drivers that we've got on this grid here for the race that's coming up. But it does look like that is pretty much all of the drivers settled down for the GT3. So we can run you through the GT4s right now then. It is Justin Rem in pole position for the GT4s. Alpine Stars Geodesic taking pole alongside RD Simsport. ATRS Academy alongside Hugh Jass Racing. That is going to be a fun name to try and pronounce all night. Brabham Esports Blue in 5th position alongside Brabham Esports Hissing, with Raider Racing Walrus in 7th, Samsoid Simsport in 8th, 49 Motorsport Maroon in 9th, Sapphire Simsport Alpha in 10th, FTR Esports GT4 in 11th, Vaporworks Simsport GT4 team in 12th, and then Cloud Racing at the back of the GT4. Sometimes that's not actually the worst place to be. You might be able to pick up through the positions and actually get yourself some moves all there. So there we go, qualifying is done and dusted. So let's go and have a look at the grid as it is going to be formed in just a second. So we're just a couple of seconds away from going to the grid. So there we go, qualifying is done and dusted, and we are ready to get going with the race itself. So 4 hours is going to be off-road America. A very, very challenging circuit here. And of course, so many different talking points over the race ahead. That's basically what we've got to try and figure out is so many different talking points. One is going to be strategy as well. We've got pit strategy, we've got the race strategy as well, we've got the terms of how fast the drivers are. That's one thing that we're going to figure out over the course of the season. We've then got to figure out, you know, what is going to happen in terms of the traffic. We've got massive closing speeds with the GT3s compared to the TCRs and the GT4s. It's a very wide circuit, thankfully, here at Road America, so there's going to be lots and lots of overtaking opportunities. And with us being on season 4 now, I think these drivers are very, very well versed on how to actually handle their business in terms of overtaking at proper opportunities. However, let's go and have a look at the grid then for our first race of the season. And we'll start then with the Pro-Am field. And we'll just get the qualifying results up for you just now. There we go. Right. So it is actually going to be backmarker Razzle Dazzle then that takes pole position ahead of Emily Howe in Prismatic Motorsports, Athena Brabham Esports on the second row of the grid with RPM Racing, and then it's going to be FTR Esports with Reiter Racing Panda alongside them just now. The car's already getting ready for their green flag lap. Blue Chip Racing alongside D-Line Racing with Aerokinetics, and Stage 1 Racing rounding out the field for GT3 Pro. Then we move on to GT3 AM then. There we are. Sim Racing Grids ahead of 11/10ths Racing Team. Blue Chip Racing on the second row of the grid with B Sim Racing G. Stage 1 Racing Green along with Arctic Racing. Caffeinated Industries on row 4 with Backmarker Racing Orange. It's then Prismatic Motorsports Minerva alongside Effect Esports on row 5. Row 6 is going to be Equipment Geek Racing on both sides of the 6th row of the grid there, and that is going to be 11th and 12th. And then at the back of the grid there, you've got Neen in that Vaporworks Sim Sports Pro-Am machine. And then moving on to the GT4s then, and you can see it's going to be Alpine Stars Geodesic alongside RD Simsport, ATRS Academy with Hugh Jass alongside Brabham Esports, alongside Brabham Esports Hissing, Reiter Racing on row 4 with Samsung Motorsports for the GT4s, 49 Motorsports Maroon with Sapphire Simsport Alpha, FTR Esports GT4 alongside Vaporworks Simsport GT4 in that 6th row of the grid for the GT4s. Row 7 is going to be Cloud Racing alongside Beehive. Watch for them to make big moves up through the field. And then very quickly moving to the TCRs, it's going to be Impulse Racing ahead of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix on the front row of the TCRs. RD Simsport alongside FTR Esports TCR. Driveline Simsport is going to be on row 3 with Gorio Autosport, and then is Sapphire Simsport Bravo in 7th position. B Sim Racing P in 8th position, and then KFM Motorsport at the back of the TCRs just now. And I'm going to apologise for the little bit of silence that you had there during the grid there. I was doing about 15,000 jobs at once here. Of course, first race of the season, there's always going to be loads of things that we need to do behind the scenes, but hopefully now we've got the cars looking absolutely resplendent as they should be, and with the correct liveries on. So there we go. That you can see there is Keys Usman just leading the cars round in that number 24. And believe it or not, we're only halfway through the circuit just now, because we're coming under the Speedville Bridge there. Still got the likes of the Kettle Bottoms, which is just the best sounding name in motorsports. I'm sorry, but you're getting me to scream that at the top of my voice is going to be an absolute fun time. I think we also have to take a little moment to appreciate the absolute volume of entries we have in this championship. I think this is one of the biggest championships that I've had the pleasure of commentating on. So what we'll obviously do is we will split away from the GT3 Pros to get the GT3 AM start, then we'll get the GT4 start and the TCR start as well. And throughout the course of the race, we'll try and obviously give the classes as much attention as we possibly can. And as always, as I said earlier, a very warm welcome to everyone that's in the YouTube chat. Let me know that you're here, and by God you have. I've got about 8,000 messages to catch up. We'll catch up on them as soon as we can, because obviously we have to focus on this race start. It's all about Kees Iserman and Emily Howe at the front of this grid. Now, what I didn't realise, obviously, from doing other championships, is that the pros and the AMs look like they're all starting together here in this one grid. So we get ready then to go racing for the first time this season with the Sim 3D GT Series Season 4 Race 1. Let's get underway. The car's coming streaking across the line there. You've got Emily Howe, Kees Iserman dropping down a little bit there. You've got a little bit of bump drafting there. Emily Howe moves up into the lead of the race. Janis Albert around the outside for second place then. So the pros and the AMs are already off. And you've got chaos and carnage in the background. That's Janis Albert that's gone off. You've got at least 3 cars off there as the GT4s get their way underway as well. As I said, we want to make sure we get all the drivers through the start just now, and then we'll focus and come back to all the replays as well, so the GT4s make their way round. And you've got more chaos. That's Patrick Kingston that got caught up in that absolute devastation already. My good lord, that is not how you want to start the race. Here's the TCRs, blissfully unaware of the chaos and carnage that's just come through. They're going to come round turn 1 and think, what the hell is going on here? Right, thankfully, all the TCRs have slowed down as the GT4 decides to... Right, okay, let's pretend that's not happened. So we've got about 8,000 cars off on the first lap already. That's great stuff. TCRs look like they're slowed right down. Okay, so let's calm that down a minute. This is a fabulous point for me to tell you that this race is being run on Race Director as well. Now, what that has done is, what that will do rather, is as you have seen here, you can see the yellow flag at the top left. It's a full course yellow. That means all the cars are not allowed to overtake each other. And what that does is allow all of that drama, all of that chaos to sort itself out without tons and tons of other cars getting involved in it as well. Oh my lord, I get the feeling we're going to be 4 hours just trying to watch the replays of that start. That was absolutely incredible. But let's get on it then, since we're under very quickly a full course yellow then. Caelan Brandt was in a lot of that. Here's with the GT4s, and that was just, I mean, that was brutal to say the absolute least there. I mean, that really, really was. And then you've got with the GT3s, let's check what happened with them. So they came out the first corner here, and again it was just 3, 4, 5 cars caught up in that. But thankfully the difference with that incident is that they were mostly facing the wall, so they could just put it back into gear and get themselves back out on the track there. But my, oh my, oh my, that was a wild, wild start to this race. And, well, I'm hoping you guys out there enjoyed that. That was a fabulous start. Good lord. Right, okay, so the safety car is out. That gives us a chance to catch our breath. And if that is what the entire season is going to be like, I think me and Alex are going to have our work cut out for us, because it's going to be absolutely manic. to say the absolute least on that one. But you can see there the order of things as they stand just now. GT3 Pro, Prismatic Motorsports Athena with backmarker Razzle Dazzle, FTR Esports GT3, Reiter Racing Panda, Aerokinetics. That's your top 5 for the GT3 Pros. We can actually get time to go and have a proper look into that class then. Blue Chip Racing in P6, D-Line Racing Red in P7, and then Stage 1 Racing in 8th position, RPM Racing in 9th, and then in 10th is Brabham Esports. Now, that is a shocker for Brabham because they were doing so well at the start of the race. They got kind of beaten round the outside of the corner there, and it just wasn't to be. Let's check in with the Pro-Ams just now. 11 tenths racing, making the most of that start there, up into the lead of this race, ahead of B-Sim Racing G. Blue Chip Racing Academy up into P3 with Prismatic Motorsports Minerva in P4, Caffeinated Industries in P5, Arctic Racing in P6, Effect Esports in P7, Stage 1 Racing Green in P8, Backmarker Racing Orange in P9, Sim Racing Grid in P10, Equipment Geek Racing Black in P11, and we'll sort that out because they've got two teams. They've got Equipment Geek Racing Black and Equipment Geek Racing Volt in 11th and 13th, so we'll figure out who's who in there. And then you've got Vaporworks SimSport Racing Team in 12th position as well. Moving down to GT4, Alpine Stars Geodesic in the lead of that, Hugh Jass Racing in P2, Brabham Esports Blue in 3rd, Reiter Racing Walrus in 4th, Vaporworks SimSport GT4 Team in 5th, Cloud Racing in 6th, Beehive in 7th, 8th position for Sapphire SimSport Alpha, FTR Esports and GT4 in 9th, and then in 10th it's 49 Motorsports Maroon. 4 cars look to have already retired from this race from the TCRs. Impulse Racing, FTR Esports, RD SimSport, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Driveline SimSport and B Racing Phoenix. That is how they line up in the TCRs. It was GT4, sorry, we've had 4 retirements. Looks like we've lost Gorio Autosport. Remember, they started in P5. And just here on YouTube chat, Sim Racing Grid, I'm not sure what part of their team that is, but they've got a meatball flag, so they've had a, in fact, perfect time for me to explain it. We've got another safety car lap here. Meatball flag, you'll hear commentators commonly refer to that. Now what that is a black flag with an orange circle in the middle of it, and we call that a meatball because it does look like a meatball. And what that means is that is given by race control to a car that is dangerously unfit to proceed in the race, as the lights go out on the top of the safety car, so it's going to be in this lap. What that means is that car has a set amount of laps to get into the pits to get itself repaired. And then obviously get back out. So that's what the flag means. It means you must return to the pits to get that car repaired and get it fixed. I've got to say, I really, really do like this fantastic race director addition to iRacing. It's my first time experiencing it, and having seen and commentated on many races that should have had a safety car, yeah, this is, and I also know how difficult and busy it is at race control. I've had a shot at being a steward once, and yeah, that didn't end well. I had an iron fist. It did not go well for many drivers, but this is how they stack up then through this course of the race. I don't think many drivers would have expected to get such an early safety car, but what we're going to have to hope and see is that safety cars, as they say, don't breed safety cars in this race. So as we said, one of the wonderful things about the start of the season is that it's a voyage into the unknown for everyone, not just the drivers, not just the teams, but for the admins behind the scene, the organisers of the series, FTR events. Because obviously through the course of the season, they've had to deal with lots of different changes, and one of the things that you've all had to see, if you're taking part in it or you're just watching, is that this is going to be, for many of these drivers, the first chance to get to grips with iRacing's brand new GT3 physics and damage model that was introduced just this week to iRacing, such as the leaps and bounds constantly being made by the platform, always trying to improve and always trying to push things even further, as it's pretty much the market leader in sim racing and multiplayer sim racing for sure. So Emily Howe is weaving about like a good in, just behind the safety car. Kees Userman just behind in P2 for back marker Razzle Dazzle. Reminds me of the good old Ryan ZL over in America for IMSA racing. But the old Razzle Dazzle. That's what Keys is going to be hoping to bring out, certainly on this restart here, as we get ready to go green for the second time. Let's collectively take a breath. Let's hold hands, light a couple of candles if you want. Let's hope that we all make it through turn one this time by. I want all 4 classes to make it through this time by. Either way, safety car pulls in and Emily Howe takes control of the field. It's up to them to dictate the pace of the race and dictate the pace of the restarts, because one of the things that's mandated to these drivers is the restart zone. They are given basically a graphic that says you are allowed to start the race, restart the race, go full speed in this zone here. But we are back racing then here at Road America, streaming down to turn number 1. Emily Howe with Kees Userman, and we've got a stream of cars behind Ryan Fritz, Kairos van Gucht. It looks like everyone's got through turn 1 for the GT3, so huzzah, huzzah, everyone there. Let's see the GT4 restart then, as Justin Rame has got going as well. Remember, this is going to be much quicker because everyone is starting on the back of the other cars here. You've now got GT4 cars mixed in with the TCRs here as well. It looks like a little bit of chaos getting off to the restart of that bit there, but everyone gets going there. No dramas whatsoever so far. And I'll say that when it's actually the end of the lap here. But back with the GT3s, and there you can see up on the inside, almost contact with the 77 of Justin Nair. That is Ryan Fritz there for FTR Esports GT3. Thinks caution is the better part of valor, and I don't quite blame him at this moment in time there. And that car looks very, very nice indeed. Let's go back to the GT4s then. Justin Rame is in the lead of the GT4s ahead of Giovanni Romano. We had a car off in the gravel there. I believe that was David Van Slambrook that was off in the gravel there, but I'll confirm that in just a second, because there's overtakes going on left, right and centre. Down with the TCRs, Chris Cook is in the lead of the TCRs with FTR Esports TCR, and there we go, another yellow flag, and that is brought out because Roxy Gibson has crashed into Chris Van Gucht, and Will Kofi caught up in that again. Let's have a look what happens here. This is up with the GT3s then. And this is with the AMs there. So you see it's all gone off. It's all kicked off ahead of them through Canada corner. And it's just an absolute melee. The damage was already done. I believe that might have been, was that Johnny Elia that brought that in there? No, they'd already crashed at that point. And it's just pinball. You just cannot get through at this point here. Let's have a look at... so it's Kees Userman then that spins out of that corner. My God, look at them. They're all doing it, that back end. Just let's go at that corner. How absolutely bizarre. I've honestly, I've never seen anything like that before. Right, okay, so we've lost about 3 or 4 cars from the GT3 then. Right, so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to do two things. I'm going to go into Just Eat and order some food because I'm going to be here for obviously a very long time now. I'm also going to go and get a pillow and a sleeping bag because I think we're going to be in for a long night, folks. You know, joking aside, obviously it's a 4-hour race, but this must be so frustrating, not only for you guys at home watching, for the admins as well, for the drivers as well. I mean, I'm going back to that incident here, right, and we'll need to slow it down. The back end of that car of Keith Eischerman, it just absolutely went. I mean, there's no other word for it. What we'll do is we'll slow it down here. And we'll go on to the chase cam here. Look, the tail end's already gone coming through Canada Corner here. And I mean, at this point, there's nothing else you can do. But the problem is that Keith's not the only one here. You've got other cars, the 192 there, doing exactly the same. And going into the wall, rebounded onto the track there. And that is Chris Van Gucht that went straight into the wall. So that was heavy damage there. Thankfully for Keys, at this point, I mean, we don't know if there's other damage here, but at this point, it's just a graze of the rear wall there. But my goodness me. You would honestly be forgiven, and Dafu makes a brilliant point there. What's going on? Cold tyres, oily track. You would be forgiven to think that iRacing's accidentally slipped out their rain modification, but it's not. It's just it's cold tyres. It's cold tyres, heavy fuel tank, and cars that are brand new to these drivers. Cars that are a racetrack that is brand new to these drivers. And the thing is that, you know, get 10 laps in and that sort of thing will be less likely to happen, but there's no saying it's not going to happen again. That was just absolutely bizarre. So we've got pit stops galore going in just now. I do think that we're going to have another, or this will be the final lap of the safety car. That will likely come in at the end of that one. Emily Howe for Prismatic Motorsports Athena still making her way through. And a huge thank you to Sim Racing Grids here. I'm always afraid when you get a replay under safety car. No. What's happened here? What's happened here? Oh, you're kidding me. Wow, that was the TCR car there, the 309, I believe. They just came in way too hot there. That was Miguel Gutierrez Garcia that went off track there. Let's have a quick peek at what happened here. Yeah, try to avoid that car in the middle, clips the 258. Anyone for comments on that one? That's well, I've never seen that one before. Right, safety car lights still on. Okay. Right, and it looks like we've got even more. Oh, so this is further to that instant then. So this is Callum Brandt then. And, oh man, you hate to see it. You really hate to see it. I'm saying that, but yeah. A huge thank you to Sim Racing Grid for the heads up on that, and let us know. It looks like we've lost John O'Leary, Jeffrey Belk for Equipment Geek Racing Black is into pit lane, as well as is Johnny Alea for 11 Tenths Racing. So that's into the pits now. Is that a scheduled stop? Because they're in for 1 minute and 12 seconds. I can't feel like that is. You cannot feel like that is a timed pit stop, but again, they were doing so well at the front end of that. But we'll keep an eye on that with 17 minutes gone in the race. I've got to be honest, guys, I'm running out of things to say 20 minutes into the race. I didn't expect we were going to have two safety cars. This is if there was ever, a point that I needed to have time to actually do anything, this is brilliant because I could get it done now. But yeah, what I will do is I'll apologise for the incorrect pictures at the bottom of the screen beside the cars. They won't be correct because I had to do some on-the-fly fixing of the paints, and unless I reload in the iRacing client, it'll just be those ones that are there. So we'll just keep it to the names and to the teams for just now until I go and get that sorted. I guess I've got plenty of time now with the 3 safety cars in quick succession, because that car, I believe, was going to be coming in. The lights were going to go off, and then they put another lap onto it as we get confirmation Aerokinetics are out of the race down in P9 then. So that is that's Spencer Hewins that's in that one. Meanwhile, Thomas Dunn in the blue chip racing car down in P8. Let's have a look at the GT4s then, as we have got up in P1. It's Justin Rame there for Alpine Stars. Geodesic in the lead of Huge Ass Racing. How am I supposed to say that name, that team name, with a straight face? I mean, that is... It's their team name. It's not offensive. It's, yeah, it's fine. I'm going to struggle to keep a straight face when saying it, though. Good lord. Right, Brabham Esports Blue in P3, Wright Racing Walrus in P4, and Ayalis de Vries in P5. TCR then, FTR Esports TCR in the leads of the race right now. Impulse Racing 322 with Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, and RD Sim Sport 258 with B Sim Racing P in 5th position. So as if by magic, joining me here in the commentary box, we have to say a very good evening to our first guest of the season, Calvin Dent. Very warm welcome to the commentary box. It's been a bit of a wild start to the race so far.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. It's been exciting. I mean, obviously, looping it on turn 1 on the first lap is not ideal. It's not exactly the strategy we had planned, but we're back into P10, so moving forwards, I guess. But yeah, it's been an interesting shenanigans going on.
Just on that note, then, obviously we've really had like everything you could possibly think of during the start of this. How much does that affect you in terms of the team and in terms of like drivers, do you think?
It doesn't really, to be honest. It's the waiting's a little bit frustrating. The reality is this latest tyre model and the latest model they brought to iRacing, you do have to warm the tyres up a little bit more. And I kind of think we kind of forgot about that, which is embarrassing, considering we've literally just finished the V4 Infinity event where we were really focusing on tyre warming and everything. So it's pretty embarrassing, but it's one of those. It is what it is.
And obviously, for those at home who aren't on iRacing, the massive update to the physics, the tyre model, and to the contact model as well. What sort of a difference have you noticed then, apart from the tyres, with these cars?
I mean, the big one is the cars no longer have the downforce of an LMP2, which is, it's quite a nice change. They're a lot heavier. The cars have a lot more push on the front end now. They're a lot trickier to drive than they were, which is a good thing because they were in my opinion, a little bit silly. The way they drove over the last few seasons. So it's a nice return for GT3s to feel like GT3s again.
And then obviously we've got 3.5 hours left of a 4-hour race. We've had, what, 3 safety cars, including 1 safety car under a safety car. What difference is that to your strategy? Does it make any impact at all, or do you just roll with the flow?
We're just going to roll with the flow. We're not too worried. I know Emily Howe in the Athena car for Prismatic. I know she's pretty good with strategy from racing her previously. She's one to watch out for. We know our quali doc probably wasn't ideal. Our race doc is solid. So we think we should be alright.
Excellent stuff. Well, Calvin, I'll let you get back to it. Thanks for coming and having a chat with us, and we'll speak to you shortly.
Hang on, cheers for the chat.
So there we go then, Calvin Dent having a chat with us as we go racing again. 25 minutes gone in the race, and let's get this back underway, shall we? What a race we have got in store. Fantastic, fantastic stuff. So, Prismatic Athena get round that first corner then. They look fairly safe. Justin Ream in the GT4s right on the back of the GT3s. Now that is an interesting thing to point out here, because remember that like the GT3s and the GT4s and the TCRs, they all start together, unlike when they're doing the actual start of the race, which means that it's easier for cars that are maybe out of position to actually get themselves back up and get themselves back through. And we've got another safety car. What? We've got another safety car. We've got 2 cars bunched back up here. Okay. Let's have a look here. The only thing that I can see here is Johnny Elia. Oh, is that? That cannot surely be. That's yeah, never mind. Sorry, excuse me. That's from earlier on. Your boy wasn't paying attention. I'll apologise for that. What actually happened, in truest sense of the word, was all hell kicked off. We've had about 15 cars crashing, and I didn't notice it because I'd literally filtered out some of the events. Let's see what happened, shall we? I feel like we need to get some piano music. So it's contact with the 21 coming down through into that left-hander there. Now, again, all of the cars just having to sweep by and try and get their way out of trouble here. And that number 21 of Ryan Fritz was just helpless, stuck in the middle there. Thankfully, got a little tap on the side there. Reverses out the way, but the cars absolutely come to a stop. I believe that's when the safety car would have been called there. But by which point, you've got to say that the yellow flag has been cleared. And, well, that's going to be very frustrating for some of the drivers, I think, because that's obviously going to have been triggered, you would think, automatically. But yeah, again, it's just one of those things, because you know, if you'd left the cars to go under their own devices there, then you got a potential for some very, very bad things happening. So confirmation then, our 4th safety car of the day. Oh my god. This is... Oh, I'm going to have aged about 20 years by the end of this broadcast, I'm not going to lie. This is... well, I mean, fair props to the FTR Events Sim 3D GT Series for keeping us entertained. We can certainly say that for sure. It's given us lots, hasn't it, over the past half an hour here. Right, so Chris Rowland saying somehow they're up to third overall and leading AM. So that is Effect Esports there that are already up to that position. So yeah, okay. They can be very, very happy with that, I think. So Effect Esports then up to the top of GT3 AM right now. Arctic Racing in second, Caffeinated Industries in third, and then over to the GT3 Pros. Prismatic Motorsports Athena, Writer Racing Panda, and Brabham East. Wait, what? Brabham Racing. Right, okay, that's all right. Janus Albert then. So you remember Janus Albert had that moment out of turn one during the first safety car, and they were thrown right to the back of the GT3 Pro pack. So now somehow they've managed to get themselves all the way up to third place in GT3 Pros. Well, ladies and gentlemen, chat, you're going to have to keep me company here. I don't know if you've got any like knitting patterns you want to talk about, or because we ain't getting much in the way of racing going on just now. It's a bit of a cut and dry affair right now, and this all comes from drivers not warming up their tyres. You know, these yellow flags, they cool the core temperature of the tyres down significantly, and then it's such a difficult thing. And here, you know, I cannot say anything because I've been in this position myself. Coming out the pits, for example, and you forget you've got cold tyres on, and my monkey brain sees another car in front of me, and I'm like, oh, I got to go past him. You know, it's like this proper Neanderthal caveman instinct of like, I've got to go faster. And you don't think about the tyres, you don't think about the car. You've got to listen to it and get up to speed. However, it is what it is, and we've got another 3.5 hours to get this underway. And we will get it underway, and it will be absolutely amazing when we do. But for just now, we just kind of have to grin and bear it right now. So the car's making their way round for another safety car, unfortunately, here at Road America. As it stands, it's currently Emily Howe leading off the pack. But thankfully, the safety car lights are off, so should be going, and I put touchwood, should be going racing at the end of this lap here. Prismatic Motorsports Athena then leading GT3 Pro with Writer Racing Panda, Brabham Esports Backmarker Razzle Dazzle, D-Line Racing Red, FTR Esports GT3 Stage 1 Racing, Blue Chip Racing, RPM Racing, and Aerokinetics. RPM Racing and Aerokinetics look to be out of the race. And then moving on to GT3 AM, Effect Esports up into the lead of the race with Arctic Racing in second place, Caffeinated Industries in third, Backmarker Racing Orange in fourth, Vaporworks Sim Sport Team in fifth, Stage 1 Racing Green in P6. Then it is Equipment Geek Racing Black and Equipment Geek Racing Volt in 7th and 8th. We've lost 11/10 Racing Team, Sim Racing Grid, B Sim Racing G, and Blue Chip Racing Academy, and Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. And then moving on to GT4s, Alpine Stars Geodesic in the lead of Huge Ass Racing, Brabham Esports Blue in third, Writer Racing Walrus in fourth, Vaporworks Simsport GT4 Team in 5th position, Beehive in 6th, Cloud Racing in 7th, 49 Motorsports Maroon in 8th, FTR Esports in 9th position, and 10th position for Sapphire Simsport Alpha. And then going to the TCRs, it is FTR Esports with Impulse Racing in 2nd, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in 3rd, RD Simsport, excuse me, in 4th, B-Sim Racing in 5th position. So that's how they line up. We're about to go live again. There was a bit of panic there because I use a little tool that tells me about where all the action's happening, where all the crashes are happening, and it just comes up that Harold Statler crashed, but thankfully he hasn't. What happens is that it automatically gives a little flag if the car goes under 5 miles an hour. So that's absolutely fine, no panic there whatsoever, even if I might sound it. Let's get that out of our heads. Let's positive thinking, everyone. Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, amazing multi-class racing. That's what we're going to have on. Channel all your energy into your hopes here as Emily Howe starts the fields off again for the 5th time of asking. Let's go racing then. Prismatic Motorsports lead the way from Justin Nair, Lars Devan, Nick Debut. You've got Jan Solbert in there as well, down into turn 1. Let's check out with the GT4s then. They're already in their way through turn 1 as well. Justin Wren making his way down. And then with the TCRs as well. It's all looking fairly comfortable with them, but what we need to do is keep our eye on these GT4s right now. And it's all looking fairly well. We do have a little bit of an accident going on further back. That's Keaton Marasheshi down into the pits there. Came together with Mark de Boer. Let's have a look what happens here. This is on the brakes down into the left-hander. Oh my good lord! Thankfully he's only wiped himself out, but that is the Vaporworks GT3 AM machine, GT3 Pro machine off, and what a hit that was, my good lord. So Keaton Marasheshi off to the pits. Goodness me. And Kees Ujerman crashes as well. Let's have a look. So this was the GT3 Pro. Oh, and again it's that corner. Sent for a spin. That's the 2nd time we've seen that. After that corner there, they get going again, but my, oh my. Right, well, at least we're still racing, so that is one thing right there. Trevor Anderson is off to the pits as well. But, wow, what a hit that was. So a warm welcome to the first race of the brand new season of the Sim 3D GT series. Season 4 has kicked off and we get underway here at Road America, and I'm also almost lost for words because we went 4 minutes actual racing just now. Let's take you through the different fields then, because we've got 4 classes all fighting it out just now for the honours right now. GT3 Pro, you can see there on the left hand side, it's Prismatic Motorsport Athena ahead of Reta Racing Panda. Brabham Esports back up to P3 with FTR Esports into P4. Backmarker Razzle Dazzle after being up in P2 for a little while to P5 on GT3 Pro. GT3 AM is Effect Esports here. You're currently seeing that car right now. And a grand job right now from Lars Devan for Effect Esports in the 147. Arctic Racing in second place. Backmarker Racing Orange in P3. Vaporworks SimSport Team in P4. And Stage 1 Racing Green in P5 as well. GT4's Alpine Stars Geodesic in the lead of that class. Hujas Racing in second place. Brabham Esports Blue in P3. Reta Racing Walrus in P4. Beehive is leading the is at the back of the GT4 pack, sort of halfway down there. There's about 7 or 8 cars still running in that GT4 class as Andrew Gilman goes off track. That was in the TCRs there. So what has happened to Andrew Gilman? Now that was Impulse Racing 322. They were up in, I believe, P2 in the TCRs here. Again, it's the cold tyres. You see the back end of that car just moving away under braking there. The tail end just swoops out and unfortunately loses a lot of time there. Thankfully though, I mean, you know, Small Mercies not actually hitting anything in terms of barriers or anything like that. So, you know, Small Mercies and all that, they'll hopefully be able to undo some of that damage there. As you see Justin Rain getting overtaken by one of the GT3 cars there. Back up with your GT3 Pro battle then, as we see Justin Nair for Reta Racing Panda. That is a good looking livery. I do like that that livery on the car. And again, one of the things that we've got to say is like how much effort has gone into these liveries, especially since not only have all the handling characteristics of the GT4s or GT3s changed, but you're also looking at the fact now that the paint scheme has changed as well. And again, I am the least qualified person to be talking about paint schemes, since I tried painting an iRacing car once and it looked like a toddler drawn on a wall with some Crayola. But they've added a new, there's something to do with the spec map and blue channel, and now basically there's now the ability to add different levels of clear coat to your car, which will be chipped away, which is absolutely not a necessity for the rain update that's not coming next month, which is totally not obvious. Anyway, so yeah, they've got the clear coat, which means that things can get shinier and scruffier as the time goes by. But that is Justin Nair for Reta Racing Panda making its way through. Hopefully we've got the performance issues ironed out. It's back to looking a little bit happier with all of the cars on stream as well. You know what it was? It was most likely because I was alt-tabbed and too busy reading your comments in the YouTube chat. That's what I'm going to blame. If I can find a way to blame Burns in YouTube chat, then I most likely will. GT3 AMS then, Effect Esports still under pressure here from Backmarker Racing Orange, and Brian Fraten for Reta has crashed. You've got Justin Nair into pit lane already as well. So what has happened here to Brian Fraten for Equipment Geek Racing Volt? I'm devastated. Mostly because I'm pretty sure that's the car that I used for the thumbnail as well. So I've got a bit of a vested interest in that car, really. Brian Fratian then gets the car recovered back round. And, well, not the greatest. And David Van Slamsbroek has went off the track again. He's went into the wall quite hard. Let's have a look at what's happened to David here. Oh, and that is a hit from behind. Ah, that is very naughty. And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that very, very naughty person was actually Kees Egerman, who was the guilty party on that one. So we'll double check before we go pointing fingers and laying blame at anybody else's feet. But again, that looked like a fairly obvious issue there. And let's have a look here. It was Kees Egerman. Oh, just well, I guess that's one way to get rid of your the car that's in front of you. Wow, that was hefty. Hefty was that hit. Right, 45 minutes gone of this 4-hour race here. We've got quite a few pit stops going on as well. As poor David Van Slamsbroek dropping all the way down the field now. He is going to be down into P18. He'll be able to make his way back up because, of course, that's TCR and GT4 cars that he's fallen in alongside, but not like that. I think that car is goosed. Oh yeah. It's at moments like that I wish I had Crabwave lined up as a button just to press, but that is obviously a jest. That's the only thing I can do, because if that was me in that car, I would be absolutely raging at this point. That was such a heavy hit into the wall there, and I can imagine that is fairly certainly going to go into the complaint book nonetheless. Back with your race leader then, as Emily Howe still racking up laps here. Now, if we have a look at the interval time here between all the cars, 3.5 seconds back to Brabham Esports right now. That's an incredible gap that's been opened up to Brabham Esports right now. So, I mean, really, that's just a remarkable time that's gone in. The TCR cars have already gone at 1 lap down there. FTR Esports a further 10 seconds behind Brabham. Then as we turn our attention to the GT3 AMS, it's now Backmarker Racing Orange that goes into the lead ahead of Lars de Vlaan. So as we were watching all of the chaos going on, we missed Lars getting overtaken for that position. Let's have a look here. This was just a couple of minutes ago then, and it's a fairly easy overtake down into that left-hander there, as Egidus Kukstas. There we go, that's it. Egidus Kukstas. Unfortunately, folks, I'm Scottish, so I take at least 15 attempts at names before completely butchering it all together. So Backmarker Racing Orange nonetheless taking the lead of GT3 AM, and at this stage in the race, as we come up to a quarter of the race distance, that is going to be an absolutely huge coup for Egidius and the rest of the Backmarker Racing Orange team to get that under their belts just now. Justin Rame still in the lead of the GT4 class there, as we hear a car expiring in pit lane. I believe that might have been Brian Fratian. The car, safe to say that car is done for the day. Brabham Esports Blue in second place though, just 3.6 seconds behind that car there, with Huge Ash Racing another second just behind that. So here's Thomas Dunn then for Blue Chip Racing, and that's Rita Panta Racing just behind them right now. And just a reminder, with the rules that are in this championship, 75% of the fuel tank, so it basically means that they're a little bit shorter on what they can normally do to make sure that that evens everything up for the rest of the teams and the rest of the drivers as well. As we said, it's a multi-race championship, as we see Thomas Dunn fighting it out here as Justin Nair moves up the inside, side by side. We'll come back to the race schedule in just a minute, but we've actually got some action going on here. Side by side down the start-finish straight there. Justin Nair for Reiter Racing Panda tries to take the fifth position there from Blue Chip Racing, but that Porsche just powering its way, or at least trying to, round the outside into turn 1, but the BMW says no thank you and takes that position. P5 done and dusted for Justin Nair, and he'll be very, very happy with this one. Further back, this is not a battle for class, but a battle for position on track. P6 and 7, that's Ryan Fritz and Nin, that is in the Vaporworks SimSport Team GT3 AM car. Here's a nice little battle as well going on for GT4s. This is Beehive Racing, Jason Landry trying to catch up to Giovanni Romano. That's Huge Ass Racing. Now they were up in P2, remember. Gets the draft coming down the start finish straight here. Is it going to be a move into turn 1 then? It looks it. Can't quite make that happen there. The McLaren trying to make a move on the fellow McLaren. It's not going to happen in turn 1 though. They've got, I believe that is Stephen Warkup that is just up in front for Brabham Esports Blue. So we've now got a 3-way fight here for P2 in the GT4s. Brilliant little bit of fighting going on just now between these 3 cars so far, as Jason Landry trying every which way that he can to get past that car, but it's just not happening right now. Because just in front you've also got Giovanni Romano, and this is the one really frustrating thing about GT4 racing and TCR racing, is that you're caught in a rock between a rock and a hard place with these cars, because you know, you can try and make the move on the cars in front, but the problem being is that if you make that move and it doesn't work, then you're going to be, you know, vulnerable to the cars behind you. You're going to be really reluctant to try and make a move here as the car's coming through turns 13 and then onto the right-hander up at into Canada Corner into 12 and then up through 13 and then up to that final right-hander. As the cars starting to spread themselves out again. Now this is the question, is Jason Landry going to hold on to that position there, because that was a fantastic move from Jason Landry over Giovanni Romano. Let's take another look at what just happened there. Fantastic stuff there from Jason Landry to get that position. Now, next car on his track in his path is going to be that Brabham Esports machine just up in front of him there. And meanwhile, the GT3, I can report there's not really all that much going on just now. It's all fairly quiet up there. There's gaps of at least 3 to 4 seconds apart from Lars Devan and Nick Deboo. Lars Devan and Nick Deboo, who are very close purely because of that back traffic. But here comes Jason Landry trying to go around the outside of the Brabham's Esports machine there. It's not going to happen. Stephen Warkup in that Mercedes AMG GT4 car, not quite able to or not quite willing to relinquish that place just yet, and he's happy to try and hold off Jason Landry here for another couple of corners at the very least. on the tail end then of Stephen Warcup here. Again, just no luck so far, and these GT4 cars, as small as they are, they do sound absolutely mighty. But have a look at Jason Landry. He is hunting down the start-finish straight here as we come into the tail end of our first hour of 4 here. Landry is going to go side by side. Is it going to happen? No, it's not, because that's very, very late on the brakes there from Stephen Warcup, so holds on to that position in the Mercedes GT4. This is the one of the closest battles that we've got together on track right now, apart from GT3s. Now we've got a three-way battle, I believe, where Lars de Van, you've got Nick de Boer, and I think Ryan Fitz is in that one as well. We'll go to that in just a minute. This is fascinating stuff as Jason Landry sends one down the outside. The car squirming under brakes there. Warcup tries to hold round to the outside. Sensational fighting that we've got going on here. And Warcup, I think, is going to still hold on to it. Landry's going to try and send it up the inside. Late on the brakes there. And Warcup has to hold on. And Landry gets that position. Stephen Warcup can't quite hold on to it. Warcup gets sent wide. He's going to get put into the clutches of Hugh Jass Racing just behind him there. But that was absolutely wild stuff there from Jason Landry for Beehive Racing to send up the inside there. And fair play to Stephen Warcup for giving him the room there and just able to power that McLaren around the outside of that corner there. So fantastic stuff. This is the GT3 battle I was telling you about. Now there's two different classes here. You've got Ryan Fritz, who's at the front of this group. Now I believe Lars de Van and Nick de Boer might have just let this car go because he is in the GT3 Pro class and he's obviously not in their fight. But this is Lars de Van and Nick de Boer fighting it out for P2 and P3 in the GT3 AM class right now. Effect Esports ahead of Arctic Racing right now, and that is going to be wide there for Nick de Boer, so that's going to drop that car even further back. So these two have been just throwing things down left, right and centre here. Let's have a look at how that pass was made by Nick de Boer. Trying to go around the outside there, sends himself wide, and then Lars de Van just holds on to that position, sends it up the inside and says thank you very much, I'm going to have that position. Stephen Warcup going backwards at a rate of knots now, loses the position almost to Giovanni Romano, so Romano still behind there, but was side by side at the point I was looking at there. So again, it's so close right now with the TCRs then. Christopher Cook is in the lead of the TCRs now. That is by what looks like 5 seconds over Dan McFarlane in Sim Racing Grid Phoenix Machine. Gorio Autosport, remember they were back at the back of the grid after the first yellow flag. They are now up to P3, so it really does show just how much this race has turned on its head in this past half an hour. And I tell you what, the first half hour seems a long and distant memory given what we had there. we round out then our first hour of the Sim 3D GT Series Season 4. God knows what the other 3 seasons were like. My goodness me, if this is what they were like, you guys and girls must all have like no hair on the top of your heads right now, because it's just been absolutely wild. And talking of wild, we have had a bit of a moment, I'm afraid, as Aubrey Kundal is, well, I'm not sure what's left of that GT3 Pro car for Caffeinated Industries, but that was, if I'm right in saying that, Caffeinated Industries, that was up into P3, wasn't it? Something like that in the GT. But anyway, either way, I mean, what the heck has happened to that car? Let's have a look then. You're kidding me. Oh, wow! That is some heart in my moment stuff here for Aubrey Kundal. Let's go on board then and see what happens here. Tail end just goes straight on. Oh, that is a scary, scary moment there. Well, that car keeps on going anyway, so they obviously decided that that's not too much damage, or not enough damage to warrant it coming into the pits. But have a look at that, because Romano now, who was looking to pressure Stephen Warcup, now has under pressure from Ayalis de Vries as well. Or it was Ayalis de Vries that was just in front there, excuse me. As through the middle there, that's Janus Albert then. So Janus Albert, I'm really, really impressed with that from Brabham Esports, because that car, if you remember at the first yellow flag, that car was it started in the lead of the race. It started on pole position, and then you had Emily Howe and I cannot for the life of me remember who the second car that was involved in it. They basically pushed each other up to the outside of turn 1, got themselves around the outside, and then Janus got caught up in everybody else's accident, sent to the back of the GT3 Pros on that first safety car, and now recovers all the way up to P2 in Brabham Esports. So yeah, really, really impressed with the recovery drive of that car right now. Back down to TCR then, and it's a bit of a lonely race for the TCR, so it was always going to be, with the exception of Stefan Le Guin here, just ahead of the Sapphire Simsport machine. B-Sim Racing then leading that Sapphire Simsport machine as they come down through the Marine Suite, through 5, up into 6 then. And again, these TCR cars, notorious, burning through their tyres. They must be like absolute chewing gum at this point. 24 makes its way past. That is, of course, the GT3 car that gets through. That's Sebastian Boscher William that's behind the wheel of that one. But there you go, move in the background then for TCR, and that is going to be a position then. Emerson Galden fighting with Miguel Gutierrez Garcia. Garcia trying to take that position, but it wasn't quite to be, as Simon Van Dijk goes into pit lane from 10th position for the GT4s. And we're going to see now pit stops coming in as we hit that hour mark. This is the other roll of the dice that all of these teams and drivers and everybody has got to play here now, is the roll of the dice in terms of strategy, in terms of what they are going to do with when they pit, how often they pit, and what they're going to do on their pit stops. So I've got to say a huge thank you to Peter Elson in the behind-the-scene team chat there, saying that I can thankfully call Egidigius Ed. So that is absolutely what I'm going to do. I'm going to save my skin, save my soul, save what's left of my crumbling ego on that one, and just call him Ed from now on. One driver who definitely doesn't need a second introduction is Emily Howe. I know for certain how fast these drivers are at Prismatic Motorsports. It is a ridiculous team of drivers that they've got over there. Just the work they do promoting diversity within the sim racing scene is one thing, but then to be just like stupidly fast at everything, it feels like, you know, and this is as a slow racing driver, slow sim racing driver, this is absolute jealousy coming out here. But seeing everything that they turn their hands to turn to gold is like absolutely ridiculous, whether that's oval racing, whether that's road racing. It's an incredible team that they've got behind the scenes at Prismatic Motorsports, and you can tell that from the efforts that they put in, you know, the setups that get developed, and every time we talk to their drivers, they're always so enthusiastic, and they're just, you know, absolutely buzzing to take part in these events. And you can understand why, being as dominant as they are. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but they are currently, given that we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle, but they were at least 8 seconds ahead of our nearest car. Now that'll all change once we get pit stops factored in, because obviously Janis Albert now is about 2 minutes behind, or no, sorry, make that about a minute and a bit behind our race leader right now. Current pit stop times, you're looking for about 32 seconds, 32 seconds if you are just taking fuel. You'll be looking to probably bump that up to about a minute if you're taking tyres as well. And total pit stop time, you're probably looking at about a minute and a half down pit lane. Into pit lane then goes Emily Howe from the lead of the race. Has been a dominant start so far for Prismatic Motorsports. Athena in the lead of GT3 Pros. We go to Lars de Van, who will be coming into the pit stop very shortly for Effect Esports. Has been another fantastic performance for them as well. And indeed, there you go into pit lane for them. So as the first round of pit stops is underway, Thomas Dunn takes the lead of the race then for Blue Chip Racing. Emily Howe goes down into second place there. It was only a stop of 21.55 seconds for Thomas Dunn. However, that was on lap 167, so that is within the last couple of laps. That would lead me to think that that is just a bit of a splash and dash there for Thomas Dunn, possibly trying to make their way through for the race lead, as we said. As we see Equipment Geek Racing Black into the lead of the race as well then. And Emily Howe second in the GT3 Pros. Now, actually, here's a little bit of context for you. I've just realised that Thomas Dunn and Jeffrey Belle, although they have pitted, they last pitted on lap 5. So they're going to have to pit in about, they'll have to pit in about 3-4 laps time. So that will hand the lead back to Emily Howe. And Janis Albert will take second place. That gap now down to 4.1 seconds. With Janis Albert in that second place there. And pit stop time, yep, 31.68 for Yannis Albert, and Emily Howe doing a 32.07. And as if by magic, Jeffrey Belle into pit lane, and that'll mean just Thomas Dunn now left to go into pits for this time by. So a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you have just joined us, this is the Sim3D GT Series Season 4 here on YouTube. My name is, of course, David Christie, and I'm here with you for the remainder of the 4 hours. It was due to be myself and Alex Goldschmidt here with you today. We're going to be taking you through the entirety of the season. Unfortunately, something came up for Alex, so it is just myself here behind the scenes keeping company with you guys. But you have been absolutely incredible on the YouTube chat, so a huge thank you for keeping me company, because it's been very much appreciated. But as always, get on the YouTube chat, type it in, let us know who you are supporting, who you are racing with, who you are going to be spotting for, who you're cheering on, anything like that, and we will get the best ones read out while we are on air. But an hour and 10 minutes has gone past. We've had 5 safety cars, and all 5 of them came within the first 25 minutes of the race. The less said about that, the better. I've still got a little bit of PTSD, I'm not going to lie, from that, but it was an eventful start, what can I say? But let's take you through the order then. So for GT3 Pro then, Blue Chip Racing currently and temporarily leads ahead of Prismatic Motorsports Athena, and as if by magic, look at that, ask and you shall receive. Thomas Dunn into the pit lane, as we said then. So what that means then is that it's actually Prismatic Motorsports Athena who lead the race. Emily Howe 4.4 seconds ahead of Brabham Esports. Then it's FTR Esports GT3 Writer Racing Panda in 4th position. Backmarker Razzle Dazzle in P5 as well, and we've got quite a few retirements already from GT3 Pros. Blue Chip Racing and RPM Racing will move to the back, and RPM Racing actually still into pit lane, possibly doing a bit of a driver change. Let's move on to GT3 AMS then, as we go in probably the worst possible time to Arctic Racing, who are in the middle of what can only be described as a melee. So Arctic Racing up into the lead of the race. Now, we didn't see what happened there, as Jeffrey Belk has crashed out. We'll keep an eye on that as well. So Gautier Amp is in the lead. Arctic Racing now ahead of Effect Esports. Peter Elson in the backmarker Racing Orange. So Peter obviously teammates to Ed, so that's why allowing me to put myself out of my misery there. Also seeing that TCR, we've got a battle for the TCR lead right now then, so let's keep our attention on that. We'll give you the rundown very shortly, because I didn't see this one coming. So Chris Cook under pressure here from Dan McFarlane, leaning on each other then, coming through the right-hander then. This is coming up to the tail end of the circuit then, through turn number 14. Amazing action that we've got going on here, up the run, down the start finish straight then. Chris Cook on the left-hand side, you've got Dan McFarlane on the right-hand side here. The 366 and the 323, nothing between them there. 221.8. It's going to be battling lane breakers into turn 1. Who's going to come out on top? I think it's going to be Dan McFarlane. You know, he held it down on the inside, but Chris Cook tries to keep it pinned. It's then going to be down through into turn 3. And you know what? I believe Dan McFarlane might have just done an absolute blinder there. Fantastic stuff there, getting the lead of the race directly after the pit stops, but this is going to be the crucial one. The run down the Moraine sweep here. Can he get him into 5? You see McFarlane goes defensive super early. That's very wise here. As Christopher Cook tries to get the cut back here. And he does get the cut back there. A little bit of mistake there from McFarlane, but it's not enough to allow the FTR Esports TCR car alongside. But my goodness me, is he trying, almost forced out onto the grass here as we come through, as we've got chaos going on behind. You've got 2 cars fighting it out here side by side. I believe that's a GT3 AM and a GT3 Pro car that are side by side with each other here. think that might have been Neen that was in that car there, but either way, still Dan McFarlane holds on to the lead from a very disgruntled, you've got to say, Christopher Cook. Oh, and that's so close to contact. There was contact with the 249. That's anti-tomb, and that was 8th place in GT4. I think there's a little bit of damage to the front left of that GT4 car. You saw it wiggle about a bit and unhappiness there. But either way, well, that is that's a bit of drama that you really didn't need to have. Back to this GT3 AM fight. And Gautier Amp ahead of Chris Rowlands by just 5/10 of a second now. The gap going up very slightly. Let's have a look at how that all played out then. So this was a proper ding-dong fight here between the two leaders of GT3 AM. This was a couple of laps ago here. Late on the brakes into turn 1. And that is right the outside for Chris Rowlands. I mean, fair play. That is a move and a half to try and hold on to that position there. But can't quite hold it on. And then that was it really. Well, back to this TCR battle because it's absolutely scintillating right now. What Christopher Cook is going to want to not do is make sure that he doesn't burn through his tyres at a rate of knots here, because these TCR cars can very quickly overcook their tyres and turn them into chewing gum, and that makes them a very, very unhappy experience indeed. You can tell that's me speaking from experience, can't you? It's not fun at all when it goes like that. Further back then, and we've got a bit of a fight going on. Stefan Le Guin has got Emerson Galdin just on his tail as well. So the TCR class really has kind of really kicked off quite in a big way, because as we said, we've got at the front Chris Cook chasing down Darren McFarlane. If I'm honest though, Dan McFarlane actually romping away with this one, because he's now over a second ahead of Chris Cook, and this is exactly why Chris Cook going off the track. Wow, that is a big hit from Chris Cook. And he's going to be very lucky if he's not got some rear suspension damage on that car. I think he does. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there between these two cars fighting out for position. Stefan Le Guin and Emerson Galdin. Galdin just pushing that car as much as he possibly can right now. On board with Stefan Galdin then. Brilliant run off of that right-hander coming through into the kink then. And again, you can just see the micro corrections in the steering here. Late on the brakes through into that right-hander. Through Canada. Up through 13. And this is, I mean, really, this is it. It's down into 14, and you have to get a good run out here to have any chance of getting back at this car in front. And I don't think it's enough. It's going to be enough to bring it up a little bit, but it's not going to be enough to catch up. Now, what has happened to Dan McFarlane and Chris Cook? Because Chris now is, what's that, 5.6 seconds. I think that car's not doing too well, to be honest. 4 seconds he lost in that last lap there. Oh, and there's Emerson Galdin, goes wide out of 3. Sorry, out of 2, excuse me. This is 3 coming up here. And that is how you go from having everything to having nothing in the space of a nanosecond. Let's have a look actually what happened there with Emerson Galdin. So Gowden actually did get enough of a run up the start-finish straight then. He sent it into turn 1. Too much speed into that first corner there. So that was actually turn 1 where he went off. Avoided the wall. So that's going to be a little bit of a bruising to his ego. But absolutely nothing more. And he'll be able to get recovered and get back on track with that. So let's divert our attention away from the TCRs, as riveting as all this is. Somehow Emerson Galdin's still on the back end of Stefan Le Guin. What? How has that happened? Right. Gautier Amp then has got Chris Rowlands, Ford Company again. Hello. This is the fight that we were so horribly denied about 5-10 minutes ago here. Rowlands though has the run of Gautier Amp here though. But again, it's what can you do with it? That is the question during this race here, because it's one thing catching up to the car in front, but there's often, and this is going to sound really, really strange, but there's sometimes where it's actually beneficial not to pass the car in front of you if it's in your class. Sometimes it's better, as you're seeing a big lock up from that car in front there of Arctic Racing. Sometimes you actually want to maybe try and do a bit of fuel saving. So there's some times where actually holding off and holding back a little bit can be beneficial for that car to do. Hour and 25 minutes has gone by almost in this race, and as quickly as it started, it feels like it's rapidly approaching that halfway point. You can see there though, GT3 Pro's Prismatic Motorsport Athena still out in the lead. Emily Howe now has not brought that through so far because that gap is only 4.4 seconds. Chris Cook into pit lane then for the TCR. Now that is very, very early for the second stop for Chris Cook, I believe. But then, yeah, okay, that's very unusual. But we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe want to try and change the. Oh no, of course the contact with that GT4 2 laps ago. I bet that's what it is. I bet Chris has decided that it's just not for it. So that's going to be, it looks like possibly some damage repair for Chris Cook in the TCR. Let's have a look at the TCR standings then so far just now. And a very good evening to Chris Ems. Unfortunately, the TCR standings are correct. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in the lead of the race from Goryeo Autosport and FTR Esports TCR. The rest of the cars are done, are goosed. Emerson Galdin for TCR is leaving pit lane. Then you've got Alex Bayen's leaving pit lane. So we've only got 6 cars still in the TCR just now. And a huge thank you to Dex in YouTube chat for correcting me on what happened to our Christopher Cook, because of course he didn't hit the GT4 car. That wasn't him. He was the one that's clipped the grass and it went speared himself off into the wall a few laps ago. By magic, we can show it again here. It was through that left-hander. The car just slipped through, bang, and it was the rear end of the car goes into the wall. So he's obviously tried to take the car through and then just decided, yeah, it's not really happening, and brought that car into the pit lane. But to be fair as well, I mean, look at that, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix into the pits as well, so is KFM Motorsports, so I might be completely wrong. Strategy is one thing I'm going to have to figure out, because, you know, I'm not 100% clued up on the TCR cars in terms of what their fuel strategy is going to be like. So that looks like it's just going to be on par for the FTR Esports TCR team. So yeah, fair play, happy days for them. Back to the fight then with Gautier Amp here for Arctic Racing and Effect Esports right now. They're fighting it out still, 0.8 of a second separating them right now. But again, it does look like that Gautier Amp has got the upper hand here in this little battle. In fact, let's do a full rundown of the standings then. It is Prismatic Motorsports Athena leading GT3 Pro ahead of Brabham Esports, FTR Esports GT3 in third position, Reiter Racing Panda in fourth, Blue Chip Racing Racing in fifth position, Backmarker Razzle Dazzle in sixth, RPM Racing in 7th position, and then Stage 1 Racing, D-Line Racing Red and Aerokinetics are all DNFs from our first race of the season. It's then in the GT3 AM class, Arctic Racing leading Effect Esports with 1110's Racing Team in 3rd position. God knows how. I thought they were out of it at one point. So 1110's Racing up into P3 in GT3 AM. Stage 1 Racing Green in 4th position. Sim Racing Grid in 5th. B Sim Racing G in 6th. Backmarker Racing Orange in 7th. And then in the pit lane at the moment is Vaporworks Sim Sport Team in 8th position. Blue Chip Racing Academy in 9th. Equipment Racing Geek Black in 10th. And then it is Equipment Geek Racing Volt in P12. Caffeinated Industries in P11. Moving on to GT4s, Alpine Stars Geodesic still in the lead of the race. Beehive though up into P2. Brabham Esports in P3 with their blue machine. Huge Ass Racing in P4, Writer Racing Walrus in P5, 49 Motorsports Maroon in P6, Cloud Racing in P7, Brabham Esports Hissing Said in 8th position, Sapphire Simsport Alpha in P9, and FTR Esports GT4 in P10, with Impulse Racing 322 in 11th, and RD Simsport in P12. Samsoid Simsport, Vaporworks Simsport, GT4 Team, and ATRS Academy number 12 are all DNFs from this race so far. And we have a look at the TCRs as Gorio Autosport in the lead of the TCRs ahead of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Now bear in mind that Akram Zanu is going to have to pit again, possibly. Yeah, he last pitted on lap 9. So Chris Cook is potentially going to have the provisional lead of the race, although he's going to have to pit again, I'm pretty sure. I love the fact that Gorio Autosport have been into the pit 7 times and are leading the TCRs. That for me just yeah, it fills my heart with joy. David Johannesson in 3rd position in the TCRs, then Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Sapphire Simsport Bravo in 4th, B Sim Racing in 5th position in the TCRs. You've then got KFM Motorsport and RD Simsport in 6th and 7th position, and well, there we go then. So that is all of the runners and riders so far. And in fact, actually, just as I said, that Gorio Autosport, their stats have updated. It lied to me. They've only been in the pits 3 times, so it's not quite the heroic effort, but it's still an effort nonetheless. 3 times to be in the pits and still be in the lead of your class, no matter how briefly, is still a very, very good achievement nonetheless. Let's go back to the GT3 AMP battle then. Gautier AMP for Arctic Racing still just ahead of Chris Rowlands in that Effect Esports machine. That Effect Esports car has been hunting that car down for the past couple of laps now. It's one of my favourite parts of the course, that turn 5 and then the run up to turn 6, because I'm so bad at it. I always miss my braking point into turn 5, and it goes 2 ways. One is that you either put a wheel into the grass on the right hand side, at which point you're off to Narnia, or you just end up going straight on and the car just will not brake in time, will not turn. And of course these cars, you can't do too many things at the same time. You can't, you know, slam on the brakes and expect to get full lock of steering in there as well. You have to work with the weight and the inertia in the car. And as we heard from Calvin Dent earlier on as well, the weight and the inertia has changed. The downforce of these cars has changed as well, meaning that, you know, you don't have that infinite grip that you maybe did have like the LMP2 cars before the patch. So a lot of the drivers, a lot of the teams getting used to that on the fly in this very first weekend of the Sim 3D GT Series Season 4. Delighted to bring it to you live. Hope you guys are having a whale of a time, and oh, I certainly am. Doesn't it feel like forever ago that we had all those safety cars? It really, really does. I think we had all of them. To be fair though, maybe we just got them all out the way. That's one way potentially of looking at it there. Watching Chris Rowlands here, and I think he's been kind of done dirty through this lap here, because he was 0.2 of a second behind that car in front. That gap has now gone up to 0.9 of a second here. So again, we've got a little bit of a lull in the action here, because we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle. The cars are maybe, you know, pushed about a little bit here. Did I say that that gap was 0.9 of a second? It's now 0.5 of a second up to Arctic Racing. You can see just up in front. And this is why Mark de Boer for Sim Racing Grids in a melee of cars here. Alice de Vries in the 213 just behind him, the Writer Racing Walrus car involved in that as well. You've got Robert Lancaster just behind there in the BMW. Oh, that was a Tokyo drift coming out of 5 there. Back end of that car just absolutely lit up there. Looks spectacular, but it's absolutely terrible for the life of the tyres. I can tell you that one for free. Alice de Vries obviously in a different class. Well, the GT4 there, trying to move out of the way there of the BMW. And, well, that was quite amusing. Right, okay, that's my fault, isn't it? That is absolutely my fault there. I was so enamoured on that recovery there that I missed all hell kicking off. And what's happened here is that Simon van Dijk, Ante Tuomen have all crashed. So let's have a look here. This is this a TCR car? We've got a GT3 car here. GT3 car. Oh no. Oh my lord. That is... Eesh. Cloud Racing. What is that all about? Cloud Racing were doing quite well. They were up to P3, I believe. Might be completely wrong, but that was wild. Let's see if we can go back on board with Simon Dijk then. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of lost for words at that one. Optimistic, shall we say? Well, I think he's going to find out the wrath of race control. Anyway, I heard you like safety cars, so I put a safety car in your safety car so you can safety car while you safety car. Ha, I'm old. Hey. Right, an hour and a half gone in the race, and we go back to safety car conditions then. Right, there we go. That was me absolutely not just updating as a part of Voiter90 on YouTube chat, pointing out that somehow Impulse Racing 322 had sneaked up in GT4s. So yeah, that should now be sorted, so they are back down into P4 in class. If you do see anything else like that, please feel free to point that out. What happens is last minute additions to the championship, or late additions to the drivers that I don't have on my entry sheet or that have been added in the past sort of 24 hours aren't on there, and they mess up the timing screens a little bit. So point them out wherever you see them. Very much appreciated, and I will go quiet and I will go and fix all of them as soon as they come out. Pit stops are underway as well because we are still under safety car conditions here. Let's make sure that nobody else has crashed while under safety car. No, Marie, I do have to say that because we did have that earlier on with a TCR car almost wiping out a GT4 earlier on under safety car. That was quite the sight. But thankfully everyone away safely, so it's pretty much a free pit stop for everyone. But this will take us up then to about 20 minutes to go towards 20 minutes to go to the top of the hour, and then we'll be at the halfway point. That's absolutely nuts to think that we've survived 2 hours of this, and we're on our 6th safety car. Great point being made by Defu. Safety car, take a breath. 100%. You know, we need to just keep that excitement level down. But what I will say is that you think of the gaps that have been opening to all of the teams, all the drivers here. This is going to get spicy, especially in that GT3 AM battle, especially since now Chris Rowlands is somehow leading the entire field, according to my timing screens, which he shouldn't be, but he somehow is. Pit stops, of course, that's why. So Chris Rowland's the only one that hasn't taken advantage of the pit stops. Just having a look here. So Stephen Hatter has already come into pits. He came in on lap, let's have a look, last time 27. So that was about 12 laps ago. Emily Howe, Calvin Dent, Justin Nair, so that's Prismatic, Brabham, Reiter. They've all pitted on this lap here then. And of course all of the lapped cars, or the cars in front of the leader, will be allowed to unlap themselves to get themselves around. So as it stands then, under safety car conditions, GT3 Pro looks like this. Blue Chip Racing ahead of Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Again, that will likely reverse itself in the when time comes round. Brabham Esports in P3, Reiter Racing Panda in P4, FTR Esports GT3 in 5th position, and GT3 AM Effect Esports are in the lead ahead of Arctic Racing, 1110s Racing Team in 3rd, Stage 1 Racing Team Green in 4th, and Sim Racing Grids in 5th position. GT4s, it's Brabham Esports Hissing ahead of Cloud Racing, Brabham Esports Blue ahead of Beehive, and then Alpine Stars Geodesic is in 5th position. Gorio Autosports in the lead of TCR. Now, has something else happened there? Because we've got another safety car lap here. It's very unusual. Anyway, FTR Esports TCR ahead of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Impulse Racing 322, and Sapphire Simsport Bravo. I'd imagine it's probably because we need to let some of these lapped cars through. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I'm really not sure what is going on right now, because Chris Rowlands has now been released from the safety car, but he's in the lead of the group. Interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really not sure, but okay. So I think what's happened is the 147's been given a wave by manually, when really he shouldn't be given a wave by manually. Stephen Hatter's now away as well. So right, get the popcorn in, folks. This could be some time. we could be here for quite a while. So obviously what will happen is that the cars will have to be sorted out into order here. And I think the thing is once you issue a wave by it, I don't think you can undo that. So, I'll be honest, your guess is as good as mine's at this moment in time. As Chris Rowland happily streaks off to the sunset. Now, if that was me, I'd be going into the pits at this point. And still likely coming out in front of the rest of the field. Well, as it is, let's focus on what's actually going on the track here. Because it looks like, are we going to go green this time by? No, the lights are still on the safety car. We've got a TCR car, I believe, at the front of the field there. I think that may be David Johansson. It is, so that's David Johansson at the front end of the field. So we'll stick with this car because obviously we'll be able to have a look at the safety car here and figure out exactly what is going on here. The problem is, though, is now that means that essentially Stephen Hatter and Chris Rowlands are a lap up. Is that another car moving out to get a wave round there? That's Emily Howe. So that's Emily Howe. Calvin Dent, I would imagine, then will get a wave through. Yep, there goes Calvin Dent. Maybe it's the GT3 Pros. Maybe the GT3 Pros are given a wave around to get them out of harm's way. Chris Rowland, that's clever. Chris Rowland comes in to get a free pit stop. And that's exactly what that is. So Effect Esports get a free pit stop here. Oh man, how do you pick apart this one then? So Chris Rowlands goes into the pits. As predictably does Stephen Hatter. So again, very curious to figure out what is going on here. I think Justin Nair will get given a wave around here. We've got several cars trying to make their way through. Christophe Van de Poot is trying to get his way through as well. And oh, this is getting quite messy now. Well, anyway, it's enjoyable, is all I can say. So that means Christophe Van de Poot gets to go around then. So if you've just joined us, a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday night. I know there's a lot of different action that's going on just now, so it's very much appreciated you coming and deciding to spend some time with us. This is the Sim3D GT Series Season 4, Race 1. This is the brand new season getting underway here at Road America. We're currently under a safety car, an extended safety car, while we organise things manually and get some issues sorted out with the field. But as it stands, Prismatic Motorsport Athena in the lead of the race. Emily Howe has been absolutely dominant. Brabham Esports, though, in second place. Blue Chip Racing Company in the pits. Stephen Hatter with a very long pit stop time, actually, it's got to be said. He's been in the pits for 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Chris Rowlands in the pits as well, and they're still in the pits. I wonder if they've been given in trouble for overtaking. Maybe they got the wrong idea and mistakenly overtook. I'm not sure what's happened there, but either way, they've come out of the pits. Oh, they've come out the pits just in time for the safety car. That's what it is. Right, okay. That makes sense. That does make sense, I think. Well, either way, I mean, the cars are behind the safety car now, so they'll be able to go into the pits and sort themselves out. Emily Howe, though, still in the lead of the GT3 Pros. Arctic Racing in the lead of the GT3 AMs just now. Let's see what's happened here with Dan Babbage. Absolutely nothing, just catching up to the tail end of that group there. Arctic Racing still leads Effect Esports and 11 Tenths Racing Team. Stage 1 Racing Green and Sim Racing Grid in 4th and 5th position in GT3 AMs. GT4s is going to be Brabham Esports Hissing ahead of Brabham Esports Blue, Beehive, Alpine Stars Geodesic, and then it is Huge Ass Racing in 5th position as well. So again, you're seeing the two Brabham Esports machines and the GT4s making hay while the sun shines here. Gorio Autosport even having done 3 pit stops. I'm so impressed with them. It's... do you know what, right? Do you remember half an hour ago when I said Gorio had done 7 pit stops and I corrected myself to say 3? They have done 7. They've done 7 pit stops, and they are still in the lead of that group. How is that even a thing? What? Harold Stadler, anyway, doing an absolutely boss job in the car there. Sorry, Daniel White, excuse me. I was reading, it's Brabham Esports Hissing that have been in the pits. That's why I was getting mixed up. I was talking about Gorio, and I was looking at the Brabham Esports Hissing team. So that makes even less sense. So Brabham Esports Hissing are the team that have had 7 pit stops and are still in the lead of their class. Even more impressively, or just as impressively, Daniel White for Gorio, they've done 4 pit stops in that car. So yeah, that's mad. How can you do so many pit stops and still be in a really good position? Right, now again, I'm confused here, because now that means that we've got essentially still several cars that are a lap up. So I'm not sure how this is all going to get sorted out here. So finally we get an idea on who's at the front of the field just now, and I do think that what will happen is all the classes will eventually be waved round. We're seeing that here. The GT3 AMs have been given the go to get themselves round as well. And then I would imagine the GT4s and the TCRs will be given the go-ahead to get around as well. The problem being, I believe, I still think that puts... well, no, it won't put them up, but it does kind of ask questions like, you know, the fact that there's the advantage potential that can be taken by cars that are released before others and able to pit and stuff like that. So we'll see. We'll find out exactly what is happening. I think we've still got at least another couple, maybe not then. Okay, so the lights are out in the safety car. Are we going racing? I'm a bit scared to get excited here just in case. Well, it looks like, because the lights are off and they could have put the lights back on by this point. So it looks like we are ready to go racing. And I tell you what, this makes things very, very interesting indeed, because now Calvin Dent is just 1.4 seconds behind Emily Howe. In the middle of a ton of traffic. My God. Oh, get the popcorn out, get everything, get the snacks out, get the cola out, because this is going to be spicy. I don't know what's happened. I don't care at this point, because all I'm thinking is, like, this is going to be awesome. Because the thing is, we know Emily Howe and we know Prismatic have got the pace, and from previous experience, I know fine well they can get their elbows out, but God damn if this isn't an entertaining halfway interval to this race. So the teams in blue or red. So if the teams are in red, that means that they're a lap up on, or at least one lap up on the car that we're watching just now. And if they're in blue, that means that they're a lap behind the car that we're currently looking at just now. So we're watching the GT4s here, because this is the lead car in terms of the safety car right now. So GT3 Pro and GT3 AM, they're a lap up, they're a lap ahead of all of these cars, and any car that's highlighted in blue is a lap before. Let's go racing then. 2 hours in the books here for the Sim3D GT series, and I am very, 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 very excited as the GT4s start knocking lumps out of each other. We have to keep a very close eye on this, because we could get another safety car coming out as the lights finally get out and get underway here. But it's all as you were right now. So the GT4s all very, 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 very close to each other just now. And that is hell on earth if you're a GT3 car, if I'm being quite honest with you. That is not a sight you want to see, as we've got, that is a move for third position. Justin Rame takes P3 for Alpine Stars Geodesic, puts down Beehive to 4th position there. And Ante Toivonen has pulled that car back to the pits. Emily Howe now just 1.2 seconds ahead of Calvin Dent here. And you can see Dent trying to get their way past. Oh my good lord, you've got a GT3 AM car and a TCR car right in front of you. Battle for the lead then, as we see Brabham Esports ahead of Brabham Esports. I wonder if there's going to be any team orders in this for sure. Certainly doesn't look like it's going to be, but I tell you where, there is another battle right now, as this is for GT3 and Christopher Van der Poel in the lead with Arctic Racing. Effect Esports in second place, just 0.5 of a second behind this car right now, held up by those GT4s and GT3 cars. But Arctic Racing getting to breathe a bit of a sigh of relief there. Calvin Dent's been caught out by that traffic as well. He's gone a little bit further down as well. So it's all kicking off after that restart here, and you can see exactly why. And you've got cars swarming to the left and to the right, any which way they can. But it still can't quite happen. Stephen Warkup then takes the position from Harold Stadler, and that was all on the run down the start-finish straight there. Again, back to the GT3 battle. You've got cars just everywhere trying to take every single position that they can. Some for class, some not for class. And it's very rarely that I'm left lost for words, but that's exactly what just happened there, because it's such a gaggle of cars, such a melee of classes and fights and everything going on right now. Stephen Warkup, that is your race leader. That's Emily Howe just ahead of Stephen Warkup. So again, just shows you the pace that these cars have got underneath them. They're already back on through the GT4s, and that is Victor Camaroro in the KFM Motorsports TCR car. Oh, and that's a car off in the background there. That's Chris Rowlands from second place in the GT3 AM battle then. He goes flying off the track. I don't think he made contact with anything or anybody there, but he just caught him going off in the background there. Good Lord almighty, 50,000 cars trying to go turn 13. And of course, something has to give. And unfortunately, that was Chris Rowlands from Effect Esports down the order. But he has got a fair bit to go before he gets under pressure from Mark Baxter Jones, because that is a minute and a half that he has got over 11 tenths racing right now. Back to this battle then for P3 overall. You've got Justin Nair in there for Reiter Racing, Panda Christoph Van der Poel for Arctic Racing, as well as Jack Nietebach for FTR Esports GT3, and that's up the inside for Christoph Van der Poel. Again, so many cars all in a very, very short space on the track here at Road America. I mean, this is frightening stuff. If you're one of those lapped cars, you're just like, please don't hit me in the face. as from personal experience, taking part in that British Esports butt kicker 24 Hours of Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, that I know that some of these drivers took part in. I was in one of the MX-5s, and it was the most horrible experience of my life. Sim racing, real life racing, it was just awful. The constant bumping about by GT3 cars was just unbelievable. But we've already hit the 2-hour mark in the race, halfway through our first race of the season here for the Sim3D GT series, and I'm delighted to be back underway racing here. Green flag conditions here at Road America. Normal service resumes then for Emily Howe for Prismatic Motorsports Athena in the lead of the race ahead of Calvin Dent from Brabham Esports. We spoke to Calvin earlier on, and Calvin now is 5.5 seconds behind your race leader just now and the GT3 Pro leader overall. Justin Nair for Writer Racing Panda in P3, then it's FTR Esports GT3 in 4th position. Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle in P5, Blue Chip Racing in P6, RPM Racing in P7. But just as I say that, Sebastian Boscher-William gets the move done on Jack Niederbach, gets it done in style as well. Let's have a look at what happens here. And this is on the run down into 3 then. Job done. Makes it look so very, very easy indeed. So that is P4 in the pros for Sebastian Boscher-William. And backmarker Razzle Dazzle move up ahead of FTR Esports GT3. RPM Racing in P7 in the pros. Then it is Arctic Racing in the lead of the GT3 AMS with Christoph van der Poot behind the wheel. Chris Rowlands is behind the wheel of Effect Esports down there in 2nd place after that very scary moment coming into 6th just a couple of laps ago there. 11/10 Racing Team in P3 in AM. Stage 1 Racing Green in 4th place in AM. Sim Racing Grid in 5th, B Racing Team G in 6th, Backmarker Racing Orange in 7th, Blue Chip Racing Academy in 8th, Vaporworks Simsport Team in 9th, Caffeinated Industries in 10th, and Equipment Geek Racing Black in P11. Moving on then to the GT4s. It's a fantastic day out for Brabham Esports. I was saying that because it's all getting a little bit scary now as Justin Rem for Alpine Stars Geodesic is tearing the pace down on that GT4. That McLaren looks very, very feisty indeed, but at the moment it's Brabham Esports Blue ahead of the Alpine Stars Geodesic. Brabham Esports Hissing in 3rd place, Beehive in 4th, UJAS Racing in 5th, Sapphire Simsport Alpha in 6th, Writer Racing Walrus in 7th, FTR Esports GT4 in 8th, with Cloud Racing in 9th, RD Simsport in 10th position as well. We're going to have to keep an eye on this. We'll come back to TCR in just a minute because have a look at Alpine Stars right now. Justin Rem is closing. Surely this is going to be a move coming down the start-finish straight there. They go side by side then across the line, and surely that is going to have to be Justin Rem late onto the brakes. The Mercedes tries to get the cut back there, but it can't quite happen. Is it going to be a dive down into turn 2 then? No, it's not. I think the best chance for that Brabham Esports machine is going to be trying to get the draft of that McLaren and get the run down in towards 5 and into 6 as well. Here they come then through the Moraine sweep. This is technically turn 4. It's a very easy right-hander. I tell you what, I think McLaren's got the grunt on it. I think it's got the legs every day of the week to get straight past that Mercedes. I think that's a done deal for that one. So Alpine Stars Geodesic take the lead of GT4, and then going back to TCR then. It's FTR Esports TCR ahead of Gorio Autosport. So Christopher Cook back in the lead of the race here. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in P3, Impulse Racing 322 in 4th position, Sapphire Simsport Bravo in 5th, B Racing P in 6th, KFM Motorsport in 7th, RD Simsport 258 in 8th position, and then Driveline Simsport in P9. That's how the TCRs look as we head past the halfway mark of this race. Stephen Warcup for Brabham Esports Blue, still dragging that Brabham Esports hissing machine behind him. That is going to be behind the wheel of the TCR, the GT4 car, Harold Stedler. Now again, look at the gap that's already opened up to Justin Rim just up in front. 1.5 seconds already, as that's a big bit of a slide there for the Brabham's Esports Blue machine. That's going to be side by side and surely going to have to let that place go here. Yeah, it's going to be an organised move here, as you've got is that a TCR car just coming up in the background. I believe that might be a lap down. Yeah, because Lena B is away up there. Martin Pearson is fighting out with Alex Coffard here. That's Huge Ass Racing versus Sapphire Simsport Alpha here. Into the pits then comes the third place GT3 AM car. That's 11/10 Racing Team. That is going to be Mark Baxter Jones into pit lane. And again, I'll apologise for the GT3 Pro standings deciding to rearrange themselves underneath the GT3 AMs. I've got no idea why they've went and done that. However, GT3 Pro obviously leading overall GT3 AMs out there as well. GT4s and the TCR cars, as we've got an hour and 35 minutes left to go. An hour and 45 minutes, excuse me, left to go in this race. Calvin Dent has gone off there, and Calvin Dent into the wall. That looked very, very serious indeed. He's gone back to the pit, so Calvin Dent from second place, Brabham Esports. And that car looks like it's disconnected. Let's have a look here what happened with Calvin Dent. Oh, that's a hardware issue. That is his, that looks like his iRacing has crashed. Oh, you hate to see it. So Calvin Dent into the pits. And it looks like that is going to be all she wrote for that car. They'll possibly be able to get another driver into it. Meanwhile, this is Christoph van de Poot for Arctic Racing. Now that is Stage 1 Racing Team that he has got, sorry, FTR Esports GT3 that he's got behind him. That's a GT3 Pro car. So they're not fighting for position, but they are fighting for track position. And of course, remember, there's no difference between the pros and the AMs in terms of the cars. It's not like the pros have got a more powerful car than the AM driver, so they're in the same machinery here. Surely now you've got to think, with everything that we've seen so far, this is going to have to be Jack Nitterbach. Going to be his chance. He's going to get the toe up the start-finish straight, but it's not enough. I wonder actually if Jack Nitterbach is happy to be sitting behind that car in front, because he's still got a fairly decent pace going on. He did a 2:05 last lap round there, which is still acceptable pace, and he's getting to save a little bit of fuel as well. We'll certainly have to wait and see with that one. Again, as we've seen so many times now, we see a little bit of a lull in the action here. That's the pace has kind of opened itself up. We've got a lot of gaps everywhere. TCR, there's not too much of a battle. There is a nice little fight between David Johansson, Andreas Gilman, and I believe, is it Emerson Gowden that's just behind there as well. They're all within 2 seconds of each other, so that one's squeezing in quite nicely, so we'll keep an eye on that one just now, just to see how that one progresses. But again, with these 4-hour races and with endurance races in general, it's very common to see gaps opening up. and you know, there not to be an awful lot of drama or chaos, but certainly I think we'll definitely get that in the final hour of the race. It looks like Janus Albert has jumped back into the pits. I don't think that car hit the barrier too hard, if at all, so hopefully there shouldn't be too much damage to the car other than just going down a couple of laps here. It looks like that's finally been done then, that Christophe Van der Poel is finally, in fact no, sorry, excuse me, I thought for a minute Jack Nitterbach had finally got past Christophe Van der Poel, but that's not actually happened just yet. Janus Albert, I can confirm, ladies and gentlemen, in Brabham Esports has reconnected to that car. He's got himself back going again, so that car will be able to stay out and keep taking part in this race. So here we go though, this is that TCR battle I was telling you about, and that is a move side by side. David Johansson passes Daniel White, and that was like taking candy from a baby. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix move up into P2 in TCR. Gorio Autosport gets sent back down into P3, and just behind, waiting very, very patiently, Andreas Gilman in that Impulse Racing 322 machine, just waiting off in the background. So as we've clocked up now, what's that, 54.5 laps here for our first race of the season here at the Sim3D GT Series Season 4, Round 1 here at Road America. Let's also tell you a little bit about what is coming up, as well as the number 23 of Robert Lancaster tries to get their way around there. Gets their way around David Johansson for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Let's talk to you a little bit about the season ahead and what we have got in store for you, because as we said, it is a cracking season ahead for the Sim3D GT Series Season 4. It's 6 races, including this one, the 4 hours of Road America today to kick things off. Then after the new year, next month in January the 14th to be precise, we are off to Hockenheim in Germany for the 4 hours of Hockenheim. Then it is a double header. Sorry, excuse me, then it's the 4 hours of Barber. I was getting a little bit ahead of myself there, because the double header is at Belle. That's on the 11th of March. Barber is on the 4th of February. Then it's the 8th of April for Indianapolis, and we've got 4 hours there, and then we go to 4 hours of Canadian Motorsport Park, Mosport as it's more commonly known, on the 6th of May for the season finale. I cannot imagine the hijinks and chaos that will be ensuing up until that point. That is going to be absolutely wild to see how this season progresses. And as always, got to say a huge thank you to our partners over at Go for the Gap. Cami Sturch, if you haven't already checked out her stuff, go please do so. You can check out Cami over on Etsy. I'll come back to that in a second. Calvin Dent has just updated us. He had a monitor turn itself off, and that is what put him into a wall. I can absolutely see how that has happened. Back to what I was saying, yeah, our commercial partners, Go for the Gap. A huge thank you to Cami Sturch, as always, for support not just this series, but many other series that Cami is a very, very vocal supporter of. Incredibly talented young woman. Go and check her out at her Etsy store. Massively involved with the sim racing community, and yeah, race director as well. What you've seen here has been the perfect example of why race director is such an important addition here at iRacing. It's an add-on for iRacing that allows you to basically automate the entire yellow flag safety car procedure, and it really does work wonders, and has done an absolutely magnificent job so far of sorting things out. So race director automatically throws a caution and drivers then see a caution message when the full course yellow is thrown, and then that automatically takes care of that that whole race control system, and makes admin's job a lot easier in terms of managing everything. It means that race stewards can get back to monitoring all your complaints about all the crashes that you do, because we know that you complain an awful lot. Right, we've got a lot to talk about here just now, because while we've been completely concentrating on that, somehow we've now got a proper battle going on for GT3. We've also got Chris Rowlands off into the grass. That's Effect Esports. Again, that is from GT3 and that is going from bad to worse for Chris Rowlands. He has properly binned it this time. Let's see what's happened here. Into turn 1 then. Some unsighted TCR cars. He clips the curb on the inside there, gets a bump for good measure from the TCR car, and gets sent spinning round. And now he's got to try and figure out how he's going to get back onto track there, which he does. So there we go. So Chris Rowlands, after that wild excursion, back onto track here. However, this is a little bit of a development. Have a look behind there, because that is the beautiful purple and black machine of Sebastian Bosch-William for backmarker Razzle Dazzle. Up into P3, trying to get this this position here for the GT3 pros, and doing a rather decent job. Let's have a look on board then with Sebastian Bosch-William. The last lap then was about 0.2 faster, and surely this is going to be it. Coming up the start finish straight there, we've got some traffic there. That's the 216 GT4 there. Can't quite take advantage of this on the start finish straight there, but it's right on the back of Justin Nair for that Reiter Racing Panda. Is it going to be on the run through the Moraine Sweep down into 5 then? He has a little look to the left hand side, thinks better of it, goes to the right hand side, tries to get the cut back in there, but I think Justin Nair was wiser to it. Sebastian Bosch-Williams just, I think, trips over himself there, coming through 5 through 6. And again, I think that Reiter Racing Panda is going to live to tell the tale another day here. Checking in with the TCRs, it's been a little while since we've said hello to them. Alpine Stars Geodesic then taking the lead from Stephen Warcup. So it's Alpine Stars with that McLaren looking very fast indeed. Harold Stadler for Brabham Esports hissing into the pits just now, and we are into another pit stop cycle here. Down into TCR, and it's still Christopher Cook in the lead by 4.7 seconds over Sim Racing Grid Phoenix just now. Gorio Autosport into P3. So again, strategy is going to be a massive factor in these closing stages of the race, because now we're looking towards our final 2 pit stops for most of these cars. So when you think about it, we've got an hour and 35 minutes left to go. So for the GT3s, ideally they want to get this done with just one more stop. They want to try and get this stop out of the way. That's contact by the TCR car onto the back. Now, who was that? That was 9th place car of Johnny Elia. 3rd place in the GT3 AMS. You don't want to be doing that, son. 11/10 Racing breathing a sigh of relief there, I think it's safe to say. And Johnny Elia scampering away. Let's see what happened to Jared Bridwell then. Onto the brakes into 3, and well, that's not ideal. That's his fellow commentator Lewis McGlade would say that's suboptimal to see that sort of thing happening. But to be fair to Jared, you know, I really do enjoy drivers that do kind of just hold the brakes and wait for the proper moment to rejoin. So yeah, good stuff to see there. So as we said, pit stops are underway at the moment. Yannis Albert, that was a little bit of a wiggle there. Let's see what happened with Yannis. This is coming through the kink there. Lucky boy, because that could have went several different ways there if he'd caught any more of that grass there. Thankfully, he keeps it on to the black stuff there and gets going again. So Brabham Esports down there in 6th position after that pit stop, and trying to undo the damage caused by that disconnect there, that hardware failure for Calvin Dent that we saw about 10 minutes ago. That was from P2 in the race, taking that car all the way down into P6. Again, apologies for the fact that the GT3 Pros and GT3 AMs are a little bit mixed up at the moment. The Pros, obviously, the cars that are in front at the moment, so they are in on the top there. In fact, what we'll do, just to clarify things just now, is we'll pop it on class view, but what we'll do is we'll also show you our race leaders as well. Robert Lancaster here, you can see an RPM racing machine. GT3 Pros trying to keep themselves out of harm's way, currently about a lap and a half down, I believe. Let me just work that out. No, it's actually 2 laps down that Robert Lancaster is behind in that RPM racing machine. They've got Brabham Esports just ahead of them in terms of the track, about what's that, about 80 seconds ahead of them on the track. So again, they're just doing their own thing right now. So this is Ed Cookstis for Backmarker Racing Orange. And at the moment, Ed circulating down there in the 121. Now that car is several laps off of the lead lap after collisions and calamities unfortunately caught them out by the wayside. So race leader then for the GT3 AMs into pit lane. Then the first one to blink, Arctic Racing jump into pit lane here. Now again, the pit stops are going to be so difficult to keep an eye on here, because remember, during that enhanced safety car period, we had a couple of cars taking a cheeky little free pit stop here. So it'll be very interesting to see how they all fare with the pit stops that are going to be going on through the next 25 minutes. Nick Debut jumps into the car there as they will be getting underway in just under a minute's time here. Currently watching Justin Rem there from Alpinstars Geodesic there, circulating his way around. Now we saw that overtake that he did on Stephen Warcup from Brabham Esports a couple of laps ago. Would you believe that gap is now 9 seconds right now over that that car in second place? Absolutely incredible stuff right now. Reese Fordham into the pits, so is Sebastian Boscher-Williams for backmarker Razzle Dazzle. So again, we are going to see a really interesting turn of affairs here as the cars come in for their penultimate pit stop of the day here. Now, if they pit now, 100% that's not enough to see them to the end. What you might find though is that some of these cars here are banking on at least one more safety car before the end of the race. If we do get another safety car, then all bets are off, especially if it happens after that 3-hour mark, because that's when you'd be able to get into the pits and be able to hold on to the majority of your fuel in the hopes that you could see off to the end here. So as we said then, pit stop cycle is underway. Ryder Racing Panda have just done their pit stop. Roy Mass gets behind the wheel of the number 77 in the GT3 Pro class. Jack Naterbach is just out of the pits as well. Janis Albert is into pit lane. And again, after what I'm trying to figure out is what happened to Janis there. Now it looks like Janis has gone off the track there. So let's have a look here. Ooh! Oh, that is a heavy hit, and I believe that might have been Stefan Le Guin that hit that car there. Good lord, that car is done. Well, I'll tell you what, if Brabham Esports don't have any luck, if they didn't have bad luck, they'd have absolutely none right now. Emily Howe in the pits from the lead of the race, so Prismatic Motorsports, Athena into pit lane there. Let's see exactly what happened then with Stefan Le Guin here. And hits the wall, so it's through the kink there. And again, the car's punted straight into the path of oncoming traffic there. Nothing he could do. And unfortunately, it's the awful sight of Yannick Albert getting sent into the wall there. Heartbreaking stuff there. And the Brabham Esports car into the wall for the second time in 25 minutes, unfortunately, as we said. Calvin Dent going into the wall after a hardware failure, although the car just trickled into it. But yeah, not the best. Not the best for them. Hopefully they'll be able to make a recovery drive very, very soon. Emily Howe, though, comes out of pit lane. And that now means... wow. So the gap to backmarker Razzle Dazzle is now an astonishing 15 seconds. So that's 10 seconds that they've added during that pit stop there. So fascinating, fascinating stuff here. As we've got a fight for GT4s as well. David Duino takes the wheels of the Alpine Stars geodesic car. So they're away down into P4 just now. But again, we have to remember the different pit stop times. You know, different pit stop lengths, different pit stops in general. As Lars de Van gets behind the wheel again of the Effect Esports machine. And again, we wait with bated breath to see what is going to happen here in the last hour and 20 odd minutes of this race here, because it's certainly it's been completely different to what I thought it was going to be. I was halfway expecting it to be a frenetic but fairly measured affair. But that's exactly what it's not been, really. You could tell I was quiet and busy there, could you? Right, the Equipment Geek has been fixed. We now have Equipment Geek Racing Volt and Black, because of course, a huge thank you to Burns for pointing out that it's Jeffrey Belk and Chris Pierce, excuse me, sorry, and Chris Pierce and Brian Fratian in the Equipment Geek Racing Volt machine. For this weekend. They've got 4 drivers and 2 different teams over the course of the season, so great to finally get that one out. But unfortunately, it is only the Geek Racing Volt that is still running at this this point in time. Right, let's have a look everywhere else, because at the moment, unfortunately, there is no battles. We've got one battle right now, and that's not even a battle, because that's Dan Babbage, who is a GT3 car. Who is, well, it is, to be fair, Dan Babbage getting past the TCR car, so we'll take any excitement we can get right now at this stage in the race. And this is the most difficult part in the race, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are taking part, you know exactly what I'm going to say here, and for those of you that are at home that don't do sim racing, I'll explain. When it's one thing to be in the thick of the action and to be, you know, fighting for position, and you know, you're in a group of cars and it's all very intense. But the problem with that is that the adrenaline is the thing that's usually keeping you going, and you're into a rhythm and you're fighting and you're constantly like looking for position. The dangerous part is when you get to this bit and you're on your own and you're just circulating and you're just putting your laps in. That's what you're doing at this point in time. You're doing your laps, you're doing your stint. But the problem is that I, especially for me, I find this all the time, is that I do so much better with a car in front of me because I can just kind of follow about a bit, and that's what, strangely enough, that's when I get my fastest times. But when I'm left to my own devices, maybe this is because I haven't done enough in terms of practice or things like that, but I find it absolutely difficult as heck to be able to actually focus on doing it, focus on doing laps all by myself. So that's where it becomes really, really difficult for these cars here. We do have a battle. Hallelujah! Roy Mass, Writer Racing Panda, just ahead of Jack Nitterbach then. And this is for position. This is for P3 overall and for P3 in the pros. A very good evening to Martin joining us in the YouTube chat, who's just jumped out of the car. If you want to let us know who you are and who you're racing for, it would be very, very much appreciated. But saying that, I'm going to presume, actually, that's Martin Pearson from Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha that is joining us in the YouTube chat. If it's not, please let us know. But Martin saying that was a strong stint for me, given that he's got the flu. Some extra sweating is always good. Right, okay. It's good for you. It's not good for us to think about. I mean, God, the flu is horrific. You just want to be in bed and whimpering like a small child. Well, that's enough about my personal life, but yeah, it's not fun when you've got the flu, because you're knocked for six and you're just sitting there like. Although sometimes you get the flu and you're like, yes, let's go. Martin de Jong from Stage 1 Racing Green. Apologies, it's more than one Martin in here. So Stage 1 Racing Green teamed up with Ivo Linden, Artie Boschart and Timothy van der Broek. So a very, very good evening to yourself. And hopefully get better soon, because there is just nothing worse than having that. And as if by magic, there we go. That's what I was looking for. That's why I was so quiet there, Timothy van der Broek. Add a little bit of context while I'm talking about things here. So, yeah, best wishes to Martin de Jong. We hope you get over your illness shortly. Although, you know, you're kind of doomed if you're living with an unsympathetic other. It becomes just man flu, at which point. Right, okay, we've got a rather large bit of drama. Jared Bridewell has just went off the track, and so has Chris Van Strieland. And right into the middle of the track now. They're off onto the grass, and I don't think that that's likely to be a yellow flag. No, it's not. So we are still racing there. Big contact though between Jared Bridewell there and Chris Van Strieland there, and the two of them in a bit of strife, so much so that Jared Bridwell into the pits. Then he's jumped straight back to pits. So with just over an hour left to go in our first race of the season here for the Sim3D GT Series, pit stops still coming through now for the TCR class. We've seen them come through for the GT3s. We've got just one more round of pit stops that we can expect over the course of the next hour or so. And if you have just joined us, a very warm welcome. You're very, very welcome to it. You've missed a whole heap, a whole bunch. But, you know, we wouldn't hold that against you, will we? We'll definitely not hold that against you. My name is David Christie. I've been here with you for the past 2 hours and 48 minutes, not that I'm counting. Another hour and a bit to go. As I said, my co-commentator for the season, Alex Goldschmidt, would be joining us for the rest of the season. Unfortunately, he cannot make it tonight due to a last-minute change. So it is just myself here with you. But we've had fun. It's been fine, you know, hasn't it, guys? You know, Emily Howe still in the lead of GT3 Pros just now. That is how the race stands up at the moment, and in all honesty, it's not looked like anybody else has even come close. Prismatic Motorsports Athena in the lead of the race. Backmarker Razzle Dazzle in P2. FTR Esports GT3 in third position, with Writer Racing Panda in P4 in the GT3 Pros. Blue Chip Racing up in P5. RPM Racing in 6th position. Sim Racing Grid in 7th. And then Vaporworks Sim Sport Team in 8th position. You've got Brabham Esports, Stage 1 Racing, D-Line Racing Red, and Aerokinetics all retiring from the race so far. In the GT3 AMS then, it's Arctic Racing ahead of Effect Esports. Nick Debut currently behind the wheel of this one by about 2 minutes, I want to say 40 seconds, sorry, I was reading the wrong bit. 40 seconds ahead of Lars de Van in the Effect Esports machine in second place there. In third position is 11 Tenths Racing Team in that Porsche, and then Timothy van der Broek behind him in the Stage 1 Racing Green machine. You can see just making his way past what I can only presume to be a GT4 machine. In fact, that's a GT3, is it? Then in 5th position, you have got B-Sim Racing G. That is going to be Chris van Gucht. Backmarker Racing Orange are in 6th position, with Ed Cookstis behind the wheel of that one. Huge Ass Racing is all the way down to 7th position, with Alex Coffard behind the wheel of that one. They were doing so much better in that GT3 machine, but it's just not been their day. Dan Babbage is in 8th position for Blue Chip Racing Academy, and then it is Caffeinated Industries with Will Kofi down in 9th position, with Brian Fratian in Equipment Geek Racing Volt down in P10. Moving on to the GT4s then, David Duino is in the lead of Stephen Warcup. This is the Alpine Stars Geodesic machine in first position, 13.2 seconds ahead of Stephen Warcup in the Brabham Esports Blue. And then is Brabham Esports Hissing in P3 right now. Lena B for Beehive is in P4. About 4 seconds ahead of Martin Pearson in Sapphire Simsport Alpha, who is ahead of Writer Racing Walrus and Eric Fairley behind the wheel of that one. Then it's Justin McAlaya in P7 in the FTR Esports GT4 car. That's Dan Babbage in the GT3, just going flying by there. P8 is Callum Brandt for RD Simsport. Chris van Streelands is in pit lane for nearly 6 minutes now, so it's safe to say that car is done. Dexter Castro is in P10, and we've lost Samsoid Motorsport, Vaporworks Simsport GT4 team, and ATRS Academy from the GT4 rankings. Moving on to TCR then, and it is this man here, Daniel White, currently leading for Gorio Autosport in the 311 Honda. Christopher Ems is in second place in the Impulse Racing 322 Hyundai, followed by the Hyundai of Dan McFarlane in the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix Machine 323, and then it's the 366 Hyundai of Ryan Chevalier in FTR Esports TCR. Emerson Galdane was had his nose up in front earlier on for Fire SimSport Bravo in 392 Hyundai, but that has all kind of fallen by the wayside. Miguel Gutierrez Garcia in 309 Honda is down in 6th position for KFM Motorsport, and then behind him is Stefan Le Guin in the Hyundai for BSim Racing P. RD SimSport is Rob Sutherland, and then Hayden Robinette in the Driveline SimSport rounding out your field just now. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a very short break. We're going to jump on board with a car. Let's actually pick. We'll go on board Ed Cookstis in the Backmarker Racing Orange GT3 machine, the GT AM, currently down in P6 in GT3 AM. Get a cup of coffee and we'll prepare ourselves for the final hour of the first rounds of the Sim 3D GT Series. So a warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you've got your picnic sorted out, you've got your cup of coffee, because this is going to get very, very spicy. Also, welcome back to Vaporware's SimSport team, who mysteriously disappeared off of the time screens there. Thankfully, that's all resolved now. But we're back to racing with our final hour of the race here for our first race in Season 4 of the Sim3D GT Series. A huge thank you to Go for the Gap and to Race Director for helping making this event possible. What a race we've had though. We've had everything that you can imagine going wrong has kind of went wrong for most of the field at some point. It's Callum Brandt having a cheeky little whisk across the grass there. But as it stands, with just over 55 minutes left to go, about 57 to be honest with you. Emily Howe for Prismatic Motorsports of Athena just been unbelievably in control of this race right now. Back marker razzle dazzle, 13 seconds behind Stephen Jones behind the wheel of that one. Jacking it back in third position, FTR Esports GT3, and then it's Roy Mass and Writer Racing Panda in fourth position. Thomas Dunn in P5 with Blue Chip Racing. That is how the top 5 in GT3 Pro look. Arctic Racing in the lead of GT3 AM with Nick Debut behind the wheel of that one. Lars Devan behind the wheel of Effect Esports in P2. Mark Baxter Jones in third place for 11 tenths Racing in GT3 AM. Stage 1 Racing Green are in fourth position. Timothy van der Broek in that one, then Mark de Boer in Sim Racing Grid for P5s. You see Emily Howe getting past yet another lapped car there. GT4, and it's back to the top for the McLaren of Alpine Stars Geosec. They have been absolutely amazing behind the wheel of that one today. Brabham Esports Blue and Brabham Esports Hissing in P2 and P3 in GT4 as well. Sapphire SimSport Alpha in 5th position. Then on to TCR. It's going to be Impulse Racing 322 of Christopher Ems behind the wheel of that one. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Dan McFarlane, who we saw in that amazing battle about an hour ago in second place there. Ryan Chevalier in third position for FTR Esports TCR. Then it's Gorio Autosport in P4 as well. It's a little bit wobbly there from Christopher Ems. Akram Zenui in the fourth place Gorio Autosports. Now, one thing that was pointed out to me is that we get all the information comes from the stuff generated by the SDK. So one thing I do have to point out is that's changed now. There we go. Akram Zanoun was complaining that he was being shown as Moroccan earlier on when he's actually a Safa. And I get to say that because my partner's a South African. So I was there a couple of months ago. So, and we'll come back. That is Neil Alexander off in the background. And that is not the best. Oh, come on. After all that effort I had re-adding that team back to the timing board, they go and do that. That is not the best, guys. That's, again, suboptimal. The BMW does like to throw its tail out in a little bit of a tantrum nonetheless, but that is not really going to cost them too much. Well, actually I say that, to be fair. No, that's Emerson Gowden, so that is a TCR car, so they're not really having to worry about that all too much. Massive attrition rate. That has been the story of the day with this this first race of the day. We've got so many cars that have either lost or out of position. We've got the likes of Callum Brandt, Miguel Gutierrez Garcia in the TCR car. We've got GT4, GT3s. It's been just an absolute slobber knocker in terms of endurance. You've really had to fight hard for doing it. But without further ado, actually, I think what we'll do is we are going to have a very, very, very quick chat with one of the drivers from earlier on. Very good evening to Chris Rowlands.
Good evening, David. How are you doing?
I'm living the dream, my friend. You said earlier you feel the pain, so you understand exactly what tonight's been like. But by the by, I mean, tonight has been just a bit nuts.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I'm now driving in this series, having commentated for 2 seasons. It's honestly one of the most fun things I've ever watched, but it made me really want to take part in it. And I've been very fortunate that I've been adopted by the Effect Esports boys. So Lars is carrying us to what at the moment is, I think, a very creditable P2 in class.
I mean, it's really been a fantastic run for yourselves just now, though. I mean, talk us how the race has been for you guys just now.
So Lars did the first stint, I think it was just one stint, but we got very lucky, well I say very lucky, Lars did really well on both of the certainly two of the three starts. We managed to make a lot of places through the incidents. We did pick up a little bit of contact just from another car, not slowing for a yellow, which, you know, I think they got a warning for it, which is, I think, fair enough because it's early race nerves. I'm sure I'll have done the same at some point to someone. I've ruined some of Lars's good work by trying to overtake some TCRs, shall we say, over-enthusiastically, for which I've apologised to them. Luckily, their races I don't think were impacted, but it's not nice when a car just spins in front of you to take in turn one. And Lars is doing a nice bit of recovery drive, but that we did quite well out of the safety car shenanigans. Well, I think a wave through basically ensured we were a lap ahead of a lot of our competitors when otherwise we might not have been. So we've been quite fortunate on that, but we did end up having to serve a penalty for overtaking under yellows, which we think iRacing shouldn't have applied, but I mean, who knows? We've served it now, so it's under, it's bridge, it's whatever the phrase is, bridge underwater, whatever.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, just on that note there, you know, it's been a wild race. We've seen cold tyres be a massive issue. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it's very noticeable on lap one. I think I'm fortunate in that I'm not much of a GT3 driver, so I've not had to unlearn the old way quite as much as Lars, for example, who is more of a GT3 driver. He's really struggling in practice, and he's been focusing. He's doing the Winter Nürburgring 24 next week in, I believe, a Porsche. So he's had to hop out of that and try and learn this in the meantime. So this is, again, he's doing an incredibly good job. I'm more of an open wheel background person, so I'd like to think I thrive on cold tyres because they're a very sketchy beast in those conditions. But the restart after that long safety car period, I was expecting shenanigans, and unfortunately I was the well, victim's probably the wrong word. It's just three cars don't go into one corner, and one of us probably should have backed out, and perhaps that should have been me. But we live and learn. We're still in the race, and somehow I don't quite understand how we're in second in class, but we also think there's a chance that we might be beneficiaries of not having to splash and dash, but I can't really speak for how Arctic Racing's race is going so much. But that 40-second gap does look tempting.
Now, obviously, the GT3 AM is a season-long battle. You've got many races to come ahead of you. I mean, obviously, we're looking to the schedule. We've got Hockenheim, Barber, Belle, double header for Belle, Indianapolis, and Motorsports. For you personally, what are the tracks that you cannot wait to get your teeth into?
Oh, sadly, this is Road America's one of my favourite tracks on the iRacing service. But aside from that, I mean, we've been to Belle before with FTR, and I think from a commentary perspective, that's the most fun race I've commentated on. It's a surprisingly good track for these classes. So, I mean, we'll see how it gets on, because I'm racing on a single 24-inch monitor, so I'm very much relying on good spotters in these sort of congested tracks. So we'll see how that goes, but it's quite a good calendar. I'm liking how it's maybe, should we say, some less traditional or less popular tracks. I think that's quite a nice thing to do.
And then finally, again, just coming back to the etiquette of some of the drivers on track. Now, I've been fortunate enough to commentate on, you know, a number of different league championships and things like that, and I've never seen, they're so incredibly well behaved. Do you think that's a sort of representation of the community at FTR events?
I think that's true. I think it is a team effort. I think the organisers and the stewards do a very good job of fostering an environment where, yes, you can protest things, but remember that all three classes, or four classes, we're all equal in terms of what track space we're entitled to. I think the TCRs probably get a slightly raw end of the deal. I think they tend to get a bit bullied, and that's not their fault, which is why I felt especially bad about my stupid spin on turn one a few laps ago. But no, we've got 46 cars started, and we've still got 36, I think, still running. Well, a few more laps down, but that's an incredibly good hit rate for a 3-hour race, and the safety cars bunching up as well. So I think everyone deserves a lot of credit for really safe driving. So it's been a lot of fun.
100%. 38 cars that are still circulating at this point in time. Obviously, a couple of them a few laps down. But Chris, thank you so much for coming and having a chat. Do you have anybody that you're wanting to give a shout out to for yourself or for the team?
Well, Lars again as well, but also Paul Busby for organising the team. And not to be too sycophantic, but David, you deserve a shout out for being able to do a 4-hour broadcast all on your own. Like, having done this as part of a team, sometimes of 3, sometimes if we're lucky more, I can tell you it's hard enough when you're doing it as a team. So you deserve huge kudos for what you're doing today.
Well, you say that, but really, it's the audience that deserve the kudos for putting up with me for 4 hours straight. Yeah.
Everyone give themselves a pat on the back. We've all done really well.
Exactly. Well, listen, Chris, it's been an absolute pleasure to have a chat with you tonight. Hopefully we'll get a chat with you at the end when we potentially see you guys on the podium.
It's David.
So there we go then. Chris Rowland's in for a chat with us from Effect Esports. Very, very positive on the evening's goings on just now, and rightly so. 42 seconds behind Nick Debut and Arctic Racing, but second place, and things were looking very, very sketchy for them earlier on, and thankfully that has all panned itself out. Now I'm speaking a little bit slower because I'm noticing something here, and I'm trying to figure things out. I think this is just pace management, but I'm watching Emily Howe, and that gap has come down from about 13 seconds down to about 10 seconds on this lap here. And again, it might just be misinterpreting things, but yeah, the last lap time was 2:05. It was still slightly faster, but that gap's still definitely coming down here slightly. So okay, right, anyway, point being that we've just got 45 minutes left to go in this race, so I wonder if there's a little bit of gap management from Emily and just making sure that all they've got to do is a splash and dash as Chris Greeland goes off track, comes on very, very quickly. Now, while we were talking there to Chris, we did have a monstrous moment from Emerson Gowden here in the TCR car. Alright, okay, I might have oversold that. Monstrous might not be appropriate, but that's a hell of a hit either way for Emerson Gowden. And that car is done. Because he ends up going back to the pits there. And yeah, that car not looking too grand. So he has gone back to the pits. Dan McFarlane has had a little bit of an excursion off the track as well. This is coming out of 6. Well, that's... We can't really count that, can we? That's just going wide at 6. That's not going off track. That's... yeah, that's my thing fibbing to me. Right, Nick Debut into the pit lane from the leads of the GT3 AMs right now. This is going to be crucial then, because how long can Lars Devan and Effect Esports keep a hold of this? So jumps out of the car, Gautier Amp jumps back in behind the wheel of the Arctic Racing machine. I get the feeling we're going to have a very, very, very spicy end to this race. 45 minutes left to go in the first round of the Sim 3D GT series, live here on YouTube. And again, we'll have to wait and see as Gautier Amp jumps back and comes out of pit lane. Now, that gap has come down then. I don't understand. Yeah. So, I was reading the last lap times. Emily Howe did a 2:05.5 and Stephen Jones did a 2:04.6. So Stephen Jones is either very light on fuel, which could be the point actually, because they pitted on lap 61. I think they're going to have to come in. In fact, there we go, Stephen Jones into pit lane. So that's why the time was coming down. Stephen Jones for back marker Razzle Dazzle was trying to undo all of that pace there. And a great point actually in chat from Richard Cothrow, pointing out that fuel could be very, very tight. We've got Ryder Racing Panda into pit lane as well, and it's almost certainly going to just be for fuel here, because with 45 minutes left to go, it's a bit squeaky. So Blue Chip Racing and FTR Esports GT3 get ahead then. Hans Blacher jumps behind the wheel for Reiter Racing Panda. Let's go back to the GT4s then. It's still Alpinstars Geodesic in the lead of the race here for the GT4s. Brabham Esports Blue in P2, but Beehive have moved up into P3 now as well, and by some margin. Now that is going to be after pit stops. Again, that's... in fact, actually, let's have a look here, because... that's why Harold Stetler, I believe, has just come into the pits. So that's why the Brabham Esports machine all the way down there. Thomas Dunn, though, for Blue Chip Racing. Now this is interesting. Last pitted on lap 63, so has done 4 pit stops, is going to have to come in with Jack Nitterback and Emily Howe as well. So I think that gap is going to come down massively. I think it's going to be very, very close, because Stephen Jones doing a 31-second pit stop. That is about half a tenth faster than the rest of the field. Stephen Jones has a bit of a moment here, coming out of 6. And it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Jack Nitterback then comes into pit lane. So does Brad Crouch for the GT3 Pros. That's RPM Racing. TCR's still Christopher Ems ahead of Dan McFarlane, Ryan Chevalier. So Impulse Racing ahead of Sim Racing, Grid Phoenix and FTR Esports TCR. But remember, again, pit stops are going to be the thing here. They've only done 2 pit stops in those 2 TCR cars at the front for the Impulse Racing and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix machine. And I think this does leave a lot of room for manoeuvre for the likes of Emily Howe in that Prismatic Motorsports machine at the lead of the field, because by leaving the pit lane as late as they possibly can, same with Thomas Dunn, they do give themselves that little bit of wiggle room right now. They do give themselves the opportunity to move in terms of strategy, as Stephen Warcup for Brabham Esports Blue comes in from second place in the GT4 battle right now. David Duino gets to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. Beehive comes in as well. Lena B into pit lane there. Back to the GT3 Pro battle. And Stephen Jones in behind the wheel of the backmarker Razzle Dazzle car then. This is what we're going to be watching now, because again, Emily Howe just stretching out that fuel as much as they can. Into the pits comes Thomas Dunn then, the first car to blink out of the top 3 for this final 40 minutes then. Blue Chip Racing come into pit lane. And again, you can see in the background, that's Jason Landry and Martin Pearson just leaving pit lane just now as well. Martin Pearson in the Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha machine. Last lap there was a 2:06.09 for Emily Howe. Last lap for Lars Devan and Stephen Jones, it was a 2:06.30 for Stephen Jones. But you've got to remember that that car has full tank of fuel as well. Lars Devan then into pit lane from the lead with Effect Esports. Now this is going to be the question here, as Gautier Amp is only 12 seconds. That's almost certainly going to hand the lead back to Arctic Racing. But it's a question of how long are they going to be in the pit lane for. And in fact, that's them just getting to pit lane. It's almost going to be a full pit stop because the timing of that is just too close to call. Emily Howe then into pit lane for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. It has been just the most incredible performance from Emily Howe right now in that number 83 machine. We've got one pit stop left to go, we believe. Is the 40 minutes going to be enough? Now, one thing that would almost certainly answer that question here, as Emily's into the pit lane there, one thing that would almost certainly answer that question is a safety car. And we might... Let's have a look what's happened here. Gautier, Amp, Justin Michaela and Chris Van Streeland all crashing into each other here. What's happened here? This is on from 5 and 6. Oh, that's poor. That's such a shame. We've got a car turned round. They get going again though. You've got a car off the track. I don't think there's going to be a yellow flag. No, indeed it's not. So the cars keep on going then, as Emily Howe has exited pit lane. And the gap is just 16 seconds. So again, managing to eke out even more of a gap there from Stefan Jones in the pit stops there, just by taking less time in the pit lane. But curiously enough, it was actually a slightly, I mean very, very slightly longer stop there. Right, we actually have a battle for the first time in ages, and it's probably already over, because Peter Elson has got past Chris Van Gucht on the start-finish straight here. As cool, calm and as easy peasy as you like. Neil Alexander has also gotten past Dan McFarlane, but again that's a GT3 car getting past a TCR car, so we'll hold off the confetti cannons on that one just until the end. So pointed out from Alan Roth there, and actually sorry, Richard Cothrow. Richard pointing out that Prismatic should be okay for fuel to the end of the race, but the other two who pitted way earlier, it's a little bit hit and miss. Now the issue with that is that that's 3 laps, that's all we're talking about in this case here. Emily Howe for Prismatic pitted on lap 84, which was this lap that they're on. Stefan Jones and Ryan Fritz pitted on lap number 81 and 82. So Stefan Jones for backmarker Razzle Dazzle up to P2 again, and FTR Esports now taking that 3rd position. So Ryan Fritz ahead of Hans Blankart for Reiter Racing Panda. We've got a little bit of a moment there for Brian Fertain. He gets back on the track again, but that Equipment Geek Racing Volt Machine, safe to say, not had the best of days here. And again, unfortunately, all of the cars now across all of the fields here are separated by a number of seconds here. There are battles that could potentially evolve and develop, but for the most part, it does look like a lot of these positions are sealed. I believe the closest car on track is actually Jason Landry and Harold Stedler, and that is over a second between those two. Such is how this 4-hour race has developed. And again, you can see this constant battle going on, this constant thing of GT3, GT4 cars and TCR cars all having to navigate their way on track and find a way around each other. I've got to say, you know, no word of a lie, I'm genuinely impressed for the most part as to how well they've all settled themselves around here. But hang on a second here, what has happened to Christopher Ems? So Christopher Ems from 4th place Sorry, second place in TCR. Impulse Racing 3-2. Wait, they were leading. Hang on. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, good lord. I don't know what to say. That was your race leader in TCR for Impulse Racing, hitting the wall. Good lord. That is... I'm absolutely stunned at that one. Let's take another look at that and let's actually go on board. A little wheel there, a little flick in, and bang! Oh. Oh, and as if that's not enough, Stephen Warcup, what has happened to second place in GT4? Well, thankfully they've recovered after that. It was a wobbly moment coming through that turn. Good gravy. 33 minutes left to go and suddenly everybody's decided. Do you know what it is? It's literally they just heard me saying, oh well, all the cars are split up by quite a large margin, so they've just decided to try and make it interesting. Good lord, that is wild to say the very, very least there. I'm just genuinely gutted for Christopher Ems and for that team there. You could not make that up. So horrible to see there. And unfortunately that TCR car showed exactly why it's an endurance race here. And that car in the pit lane getting repairs done to it, but Impulse Racing 322. They've been flipped, turned upside down in the blink of an eye. A little bit of grass cutting there from Crimson and a little bit from Stephen Jones, it would appear, as well, who did exactly the same thing. Oh, good lord, that is that's quite impressive, actually. Right, more drama here. I wonder if the tyres are just starting to give up here. As Pierre Elson! What? I'm sorry, excuse me? The back end of that car just goes, no, sorry, I don't want to play anymore. As Hans Blecker... I wonder what is going on, because these cars really starting to struggle for any sort of grip. I wonder if the temperature has changed or I have no idea what is going on with these cars right now. Either way, Hans Blanker is going to have to watch out because he's got Thomas Dunn right on his tail very quickly on that car there. Having a look on board the back end of Hans Blankert's Reiter Racing Panda machine, and that car was so different in terms of luck earlier on today, but it's just not worked out in these final stages of the race for Reiter Racing Panda right now. A little bit of a reprieve and a respite there. I believe that was the GT4 leader that was in the way. That was David Duino. No, it wasn't actually. It was one of the other GT4 cars that was around there. This is Harold Stadler though, at just 0.7 of a second behind Jason Landry, the Beehive number 7, just ahead of him. And unbelievably, we've only got just under half an hour left to go. Gautier Amp comes into the pits from the lead of the GT3 AMs. This is huge. This is absolutely huge. The last lap they came in, of course, Effect Esports isn't going to be able to make it either. They pitted in lap 159. So Arctic Racing deciding now's the time to come in and actually get that pit stop done and get that that little bit of extra fuel in and get back out there again. Now, I'll be very interested to see what actually happens with Effect Esports here. They're coming out of the final corner now as well, and they're staying out. Well, this doesn't look like a splash and dash to me for Gauthier Amp. This looks like a full pit stop, if you ask me. This is a very long stop, actually. So is this going to be tyres as well for the final 30 minutes? This is unheard of. 43-second pit stop there for Gauthier Amp then. And that now throws everything up in the air, because that gap to Effect Esports was about 18 seconds. And, well, I think they've taken about 12-13 seconds extra on that pit stop there. So now, effectively, if Lars de Van in that Effect Esports car can manage the tyres, manage itself on the way back, then we could have an absolutely cracking race on our hands. But either way, the likes of Stephen Jones, they're going to have to come into the pits as well. Actually, I didn't realise that Stephen Jones actually pitted on lap 156 as well, so he would likely want to come into the pits. Sorry, not lap 156, excuse me. Let's have a look. When was he last in? So Stephen Jones was last in on lap 81, excuse me. So they're not going to want to come in, I would imagine, probably for another 10 laps or so. So Alan Roth actually pointing out, of course, that, and forgive me because it's been ages since I've done an endurance event, or rather done one where I've done like tyres and stuff. I'm the sort of guy, I'm just explaining right now, I'm the sort of guy that pleads with his teammates to take over as crew chief and sort it all out. I roll the car into pits, put it up on the jacks. If I get it in the pit box first time, then it's been a good day. That's all we can count from that one. But yeah, I'm curious as to why that was a 43-second pit stop when everybody else was taking 31-second pit stops. Absolutely bizarre. Very, very strange nonetheless. Mark Baxter Jones on the back, and Emily Howe! Oh my goodness me. I saw Emily Howe triggering the pit line, but that was just to overtake another a GT4 car, I believe, or GT3 AM car. So I'm going to calm myself down there, because I thought that was out of the script there. Alan Roth pointed out he had a long stop due to a penalty. There you go then. So a penalty for the car of Gauthier Amp might have just thrown a spanner into the works in the final half an hour of this 4-hour race here in the Sim 3D GT Series, round 1 here at Road America. Let's go. I'm up for this. I'm absolutely okay with this. And have a look at this. This is Mark Baxter Jones. So this is 11 tenths racing. This is for position on Arctic Racing. And of course, the last thing they want is to have any sort of contact whatsoever. Mark Baxter Jones for 11 tenths Racing holds it right the outside of 5 into 6 then. They're still neck and neck, side by side, but Baxter Jones is going to have the inside line, and Arctic Racing down into 3rd position. My goodness me, this is quite the turn up for the books there. Ryan Fritz for FTR Esports GT3 is going very slowly as he recovers. Let's have a look at what happened to Ryan Fritz then. The back end again just goes. What a peculiar place to lose the back end, but he's done it nonetheless. Here's Hans Blankart now. This is going to be for position for P4. Thomas Dunn then tries to make it happen. Goes to the outside. Won't quite get that, but gets the better run through through 4, up through 5, and then into 6 here. And Hans Blankart holds on to that position. What an end we've got in store to this race then. Lars de Van currently in the lead of GT3 at the moment for Effect Esports 11 Tenths Racing in second position. That blows my mind to see 11 Tenths Racing back up into P2, because their first hour was just... It was just awful. It was an unmitigated disaster for the team. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong for that team. And the fact that they've knuckled down, pulled themselves back out, and got themselves back up into second position. What an effort. What an absolute effort from that team. And David Duino in the lead. Oh, and that's a car off in the background. That's Ryan Fritz again from P3. That car really struggling. I wonder if the tyres have just let go on that thing. You saw that in the background there. And Hans Blankart has gone off as well. He's come back on the track. So what is going on with these tyres right now? That's going to hand the position on a plate to Thomas Dunn. And the move done before he can even blink your eye. High drama in these last 20 minutes of the race here. This is Ryan Fritz. Oh, that's a bit naughty. If I saw what I saw there, let's go on board there, because it did look like that was one of the GT4 cars, and I'm gonna rewind that a little bit. Excuse me, sorry, but that did look like that GT4 car did just come over him. He did. Oh my lord! You can't do that! Right, what happened to Hans Blankart then? Washes out wide out the final corner there, goes off track. And did he get a slowdown? Yeah, that's what's happened then. Chris Van Gucht has had a moment as well. Trying to pass the TCR car, and eventually does pass the TCR car. Mark Baxter Jones then, right, the drama continues. My god, good job I had a cup of coffee about 15 minutes ago. Right, goes into pit lane then. Oh, and that's the dream dead for 10 Tenths Racing then, because obviously with that off track then, that is, wow, right. Let's have a look here. What happened to Mark de Boer? Oh. Okay. Right, you'll have to excuse me. I was getting Mark de Boer mixed up with Mark Baxter Jones. Mark Baxter Jones into the pits, but Mark de Boer had an incident there. Chris Van Gucht has binned the car. What has happened to Chris Van Gucht? So that car is suffering from an earlier accident. What has happened? All we saw with Chris was that he went off the track here. Or did he clip the TCR car? Was it a little bit of netcode? I'm very confused here. Let's just keep our eye on Chris Van Gucht here, because for some reason that car is just absolutely crabbing. Can't see anything here. Let's. And yeah. mean, that car is definitely done. Oh, here we go. Oh my lord, that is a wild accident coming up through 12 and 13, straight into the wall. And, well, that is not going to do him any favours whatsoever. Mark de Boer has jumped back to the pits after that big moment there. The BMW back end spins out, and I think that car is very, very definitely all kinds of broken. Can somebody please explain what is actually going on? Has somebody put something in the water here in the past half an hour here for this first race of the championship? Because all hell is kicking off. Ryan Fritz now has got Thomas Dunn just 0.6 of a second. Remember, this is for the final spot on the podium right now. Thomas Dunn taking 0.8 of a second out of Ryan Fritz on that last lap there. Good lord, I mean, honestly, you could not script this for a finale to the race here. So Blue Chip Racing on the verge of getting themselves potentially into the podium here. They've just got that car in front of them, the FTR Esports GT3 of Ryan Fritz to get past right now. Half a second in front of them. They've gone through 5. That was up through 6. This is down into the right-hander at 7. And then the run down through the second half of the circuit here. Now Ryan Fritz is going to be under a lot of pressure, and we saw the back end of that Porsche specifically really struggling with these right-handers. Again, that gap now just 0.5 of a second. Emily Howe, though, let's remind ourselves of what actually is going on here. Prismatic Motorsports Athena in the lead of the race here by 25 seconds over backmarker Razzle Dazzle right now. And Peter Elson and Mark de Boer into pit lane. FTR Esports GT3 in third position for GT3 Pro. Blue Chip Racing in fourth. Ryder Racing Panda in fifth. RPM Racing in sixth position. And that's a bit of a scary moment there for Emily Howe. Lars de Van leads GT3 AM right now for Effect Esports. Arctic Racing in P2. 1110s Racing in P3. Stage 1 Racing Green in P4. Backmarker Racing Orange in P5. Sim Racing Grids in sixth position. And into the pits, B-Sim Racing have retired from the race from the looks of it. I'll double check on that one. In fact, no, they're leaving the pits. I'll check in that in just a second because they're in P7. Yeah, that's Chris Van Gucht. Yeah, he is out. So that shows exactly what has happened to the likes of Alex Coffard in that huge ass racing machine. They're several laps down as well. Just come across the line now. Then you've got Vaporworks SimSport Team, Caffeinated Industries in P10, and Dead Equipment Geek Racing Volt, who have just moved ahead of Blue Chip Racing Academy in the GT3 AMS. Moving down to the GT4s then, it's David Duino behind the wheel of the Alpine Stars Geodesic machine in first position. Brabham Esports Blue in second, but that gap is significant. That is the best part of 40 seconds back to that car in P2. Beehive is in P3. That's Jason Landry in that car. Stephen Warkup is in the Brabham Esports blue car, by the way. Harold Stadler in the second of the Brabhams in the GT4 class in 4th position. Right Racing Walrus in P5. Sapphire Simsport Alpha in P6. FTR Esports GT4 in 7th place. RD Simsport in P8. Cloud Racing in P9. 49 Motorsports Maroon in P10. And then moving on to the TCRs for the final 15 minutes. Dan McFarlane leads the way in Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in 1st position. FTR Esports, TCR in P2, Gorio Autosport in P3, KFM Motorsport in P4, Sapphire Simsport Bravo in P5, Impulse Racing in P6, RD Simsport in P7, B-Sim Racing in P8, and Driveline Simsport in P9. So let's keep our eye on what is going on right now. Ryan J. Fritz ahead of Thomas Dunn. FTR Esports GT3 versus Blue Chip Racing for the GT3 Pro. The final step on the podium. This is going to be an absolute cracker of a fight that we're going to get treated to. You can see Ryan Fritz managing to recover well, actually, after those earlier incidents, as Mark the Boer dropping further and further down the GT3 AM tables at the moment. Also keeping our eye on Lars de Van for Effect Esports. Now, we believe that car is going to have to come into the pits now. Gautier Amp had to come in and serve a penalty. That car, this car rather, last came in on lap number 83. And if Emily Howe is going to be okay to the end, then possibly Lars de Van might be okay. But again, we're going to have to wait and see on this this time by, because there's only a couple of laps going to be left to go. Possibly about 5 laps left, maybe 6 with this time by. Let's go on board with a little bit then for Thomas Dunn chasing down Ryan Fritz, and this is getting very, very sketchy indeed. This is going to be on the run down to 5, and there could be a move on here. We've got some lap traffic going to be getting taken over on the way down. This might be another GT3, in which case they're not going to get past that car very, very quickly, and the two of them thinking better of that. Now, Ryan Fritz pitted 1 lap earlier than Thomas Dunn, so Thomas Dunn has got 1 lap more fuel potentially in that car, although Thomas Dunn did do a 31 second stop there, so we'll again keep our eyes on this. But 3 hours 50 minutes gone in this race. We've got 10 minutes left to go, and I'm starting to get a little bit giddy with anticipation on what is actually going to happen here, because this is just nuts. This is just, I mean, we've had everything. I can't believe, first off, that we had 5 safety cars in the first half an hour of the race. That was just utterly bonkers. coming down into 3 then. And I had went to have a look at the timing board, and I've now missed that Ryan Fritz has been overtaken by Thomas Dunn. Right, let's go and have a look at what happened there then, because that looked like a very, very straightforward pass there. So again, side by side, and you get the idea just how long that draft is up and down, start finish straight there. But that now means that Ryan Fritz onto the back ends here of Thomas Dunn, and Thomas Dunn being held up by a car just in front of him. And I think, let's get an ID on that car that is right there. Is that Brad Crouch? It is. Brad Crouch is just in front here. So this is getting very, very interesting. If a little bit awkward, because they're all GT3 pros. And he's not really going to like getting put another lap down from this bunch here. So I think what we'll do is we'll go on board with Ryan Fritz then, because this is going to be potentially very, very big indeed. This is where they're going to get the run back. What? You all saw that at the same time I did. Absolutely unsighted. Ryan Fritz is fuel saving. I'm going to tell you that, because he's lifting and coasting very, very quickly at the end of that corner there. That's how that Thomas Dunn's been able to catch back so well. But that's also, I mean, you listen there, he's lifting off so early here. And with 5 minutes left to go, that car sounds like it might be in a little bit of trouble right now, because he is having to hold that hard in terms of trying to keep that car on the straight and narrow here. The Vaporworks SimSport team of Neil Alexander has got themselves up into P7 after getting past Alex Coffard. Oh, and that's Stephen Johns! That's P2! Let's see what happened there. Again, coming into the kink, the back end just washes out. Thankfully, doesn't make contact with the barrier there, but again, it just shows you how easy it is. Good lord, this is just... I honestly don't know where to look right now. Every time you think that something is safe and it's in the books, they do something to make sure that you think again on that one. Thomas Dunn again has got Ryan Fritz here. But again, not trying to push their way past right now. Even Emily Howe starting to have a little bit of a moment here. Keeps control of it. Massive. I mean, that's a massively minor moment for Emily Howe there, but yeah, we'll take what we can get at this point in time. 4 minutes left to go in the race, and that coffee's certainly wearing off right now. The adrenaline is just... Goodness me. I've never seen a race where, like, in the space of 10-15 minutes, it just goes absolutely bonkers. That's exactly what it's done, though. Let's go back to your class overviews then, because we need to get an idea of where we stand. GT3 Pro, Prismatic, Motorsport, Athena, Backmarker, Razzle Dazzle, Blue Chip Racing. That's your current podium right now. GT3 AM, Effect Esport, Arctic Racing, and 1110s Racing Team. Can Lars de Van hold on to that pace? It's looking good because he's done a 2:06.6 right now, and we've got possibly another 3 laps left to go. For GT4, Alpine Stars, Geodesic ahead of Brabham Esports Blue, and Beehive. That's your podium for there. And then TCR, Sim Racing Grid, Phoenix, Goryo Autosport, FTR Esports, TCR is your top 3 for that class as well. Y'all saw that, didn't you? That was a little bit of a nudge. I'm pretty sure that was a GT3 AM that was getting past there. Let's double check on that. Let's see. Well, we've not got any mercs, so it's safe to say that the balance of performance. It was Ilis de Vries that was involved in that little friendly tap on the back end. Meanwhile, Hans Blanker has come into pit lane then, so that has not been enough. Now, they last pitted on lap 164, so if they're not going to make it, Stephen Jones and Thomas Dunn aren't going to make it, and Ryan Fritz definitely isn't going to make it. So they've blinked, they've decided enough is enough, and they're coming into the pit lane. Either that or, yeah, that is just a splash and dash, 7.6 seconds into pit lane. So Alpine Stars, Geodesic, David Duino for that team doing very, very well. It's been a remarkable drive for them. 25 seconds, I want to say, 23 seconds ahead of second place right now. Brabham Esport Blue. And again, it's a case of counting down the minutes now. Let's see who has gambled this perfectly well and who is really not going to be thanking their lucky stars after this. I'm gonna question something here. I don't know if Emily Howe can make it. Here's why. Emily, all the rest of them are doing 208s, 209s. Emily just banged in a 204.82. That's 0.4 of a second off of the fastest lap. Now that could be because the track is cooling and it's getting very, very fast out there. But we also see that where they're trying to manage the gap here. So 49 seconds left. We've got a minute and a half left to go here. Are they going to have enough fuel in the tank to make this round? Emily Howe, we're about to find out because we've only got a couple of corners left to go. I'm on absolute tenterhooks here. If we see Emily Howe going across the line, then we can safely say that they've won the race. I would imagine, purely because if they're confident enough they've got enough fuel for one more lap, then it's in the bag. Stranger things have happened, that's all I'm going to say. But coming through the kink, and then through 13 as well, your race leader coming through. Here we go then. This is going to be the penultimate lap that we're on. We're going to get the white flag this time by. But this is the question. Does Emily Howe have enough fuel to take it? Have they just been showboating at the end? It's been showboating. It's been absolute pace from Emily Howe to cross the line to start the last lap of the race. 3 seconds slower that last lap was. But they do have enough fuel. Neil Alexander doesn't have enough fuel though. They pitted on lap 161, so surely Stephen Jones is going to have to pit. They do. They're slowing down so dramatically here as Thomas Dunn catching at a rate of knots here. The gap was 13 seconds. It's now 6.5 seconds. Let's go on board and take a listen then with Stephen Jones, because they're almost certainly going to have to come into the pits here. Okay, call me a liar then, but that gap is coming down massively. It must be a different fuel map then, because even in a straight line, Thomas Dunn. Oh my lord, look at how early that car having to come off the power here. And it's going to be surely Blue Chip Racing that are going to catch on to the back of this. So Blue Chip Racing, having been in that position, might actually be able to go on and take second place from this. Looks like Lars de Van, they're on their final lap as well. Well, that is their final lap now, because here is your race leader coming through towards the kink for the final time then. Into turn 13. It's been an absolutely dominant performance. What else do you expect from Prismatic Motorsports? Athena are going to be absolutely delighted by this. Emily Howe has taken this race by the absolute scruff of the neck, despite not finishing on or starting on pole position. It's going to be a win in the 4 hours of Road America to open up the Sim 3D GT Series for Emily Howe. GT3 Pro in the bag. That also means that Lars de Van takes the win in the GT3 AM class. But can Stephen Jones hold on? This is the question. It's 1/10 of a second back to Thomas Dunn and Ryan Fritz. Ryan Fritz sends it up the inside then to try and take that position back from Thomas Dunn. The two of them squabbling. This allows Stephen Jones to get out of jail free. 4.5 seconds up the road. It's not going to happen. It's going to be P2 for Stephen Jones, and for backmarker Razzle Dazzle, it's going to be FTR Esports. No, it's not! Right at the line! Right at the line, Blue Chip Racing take it from FTR Esports. Goodness me, the run out of there. GT3 AM is going to be Effect Esports. Gautier Amp is going to take second place with Arctic Racing. 11 Tenths Racing Team take P3. And then in GT4, David Duino for Alpine Stars Geodesic. Brabham Esports Blue taking P2. And then it's going to be Beehive in P3. And then in the TCRs, it's going to be Sim Racing Red Phoenix still to come across the line, but already across is Gorio Autosport. FTR Esports TCR are going to finish in P3. But sorry, Sim Racing Red Phoenix are going to finish in the leads of this this race. FTR Esports TCR in P3. Wow. That was a fantastic race. We hope you all enjoyed that. What a fantastic performance. Let's run through the finishing order for the grid then, when the cars all come across the line. We're just waiting on our final couple of cars now. But wow. That was amazing stuff here at Roads America. And for all the drivers, we'll encourage you to head over into the waiting room. We'll be with you in just a couple of minutes. I can see Emily Howe already in there, along with Jamie Jessica Martin in for a chat with there. It'll be great to hear from Prismatic and hear what they have to say. And who are we waiting on? Akram Zanu. And Akram doesn't actually have enough fuel, so they've got to go into the pit lane. And some of the other cars in as well. And we'll give them a couple of minutes just to get themselves all sorted out. There we go, the race done and dusted. Let's have a quick look through our results then, starting with GT3 Pros then. And there you go, confirmation. Prismatic Motorsports Athena ahead of Backmarker Razzle Dazzle. Blue Chip Racing in third. FTR Esport GT3 in third position. Rita Panda Racing in fifth position. RPM Racing in sixth. Brabham Esports in seventh. Stage 1 Racing in seventh position. Eighth position. D-Line Racing Red in ninth. And Aerokinetics in 10th position. GT3 AMS in Effect Esports ahead of Arctic Racing and 11 Tenths Racing Team. Stage 1 Racing and Backmarker Racing Orange in 4th and 5th. 6th place to Sim Racing Grid, Vaporworks Sim Sport Team and Huge Ass Racing in 7th and 8th. 9th place for Caffeinated Industries. 10th place for Equipment Geek Racing Volt. B-Sim Racing finishing many laps down with Blue Chip Racing Academy, Equipment Geek Racing Black and Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. Let's go and check out the GT4s. Alpenstars Geodesic, it was their day today ahead of Brabham Esports Blue. Beehive in third, Brabham Esports Hissing Sid in fourth, Rita Racing Walrus in fifth, Sapphire Simsport Alpha in sixth, FTR Esports GT4 RD Simsport in eighth, 49 Motorsports Maroon, 10 is Cloud Racing, 11th place for Samsung Simsport Vaporworks Simsport GT4 team, and ATRS did not finish the race. And then finally on to TCR. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Goryo Autosport, FTR Esports TCR, KFM Motorsport, Sapphire Simsport Bravo, Impulse Racing, RD Simsport, B Sim Racing and Driveline Simsport. So congratulations to Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Goryo Autosport and FTR Esports TCR for taking the grids, taking the podium on that one. Well, it's interview time, so let's go and have a chat with all of our drivers. And while we do that, we'll put on some nice little replays while we sort that out. So first off, obviously, we're going to have to bring in Emily Howe, and we might as well bring in Jamie Jessica Martin in for good effect. But Emily, firstly, congratulations on that race. How did you manage to make it look so easy? So, finally, I've managed to unmute myself, so apologies about that, Emily. I dragged you in and forgot that I wasn't actually on mute. We'll pretend that didn't happen. But congratulations. How the hell did you manage to make that look so easy?
Honestly, I'm just as shocked as anybody else. I mean, this was a big wild card with the big GT3 update this week, and I really didn't put in much effort into this this week. Just thinking it was going to be an exploratory race where we'd learn the car and, you know, figure it out as we went. And so I pretty much only showed up to this session here, and to our surprise, we qualified P2, and then they cast at the start, and I was like, well, we've got damn good speed, so just kind of pushed from there and then played the fuel strategy to the end.
Now, obviously, a huge result for Prismatic Motorsport, and yet again, another. I mean, it's almost expected at this point. Jamie, I'm going to bring you in at this point here, team principal and co-owner of Prismatic Motorsport. What do you feed this team?
I don't know.
Because every championship that we've seen you in, I mean, you guys and girls are just unbelievably fast.
We're very lucky. Turns out we found a niche in the landscape, and we filled that niche. And it just turns out that apparently people that are transitioning seem to be very fast. I wish I knew, but you know, after so many close calls over the past 2 seasons, you know, with Spa in season 2, we had Austria in season 2. We had a few close races in season 3. It's just so nice to finally win a race in this series.
And obviously, an amazing start to the season for yourself there, Emily. How does that put you in terms of the rest of the season ahead? We've got so many races still to come. Hockenheim, Barber, Belle, Indianapolis, Motorsports. What one of those jumps out to you?
Barber and Motorsport are kind of the ones that jump out to me, as those really aren't tracks that we've been to in most of the series that we race in, so those will be new. Motorsport will be a wild card, just given how crazy that track is with multi-class racing and all the fun stuff that comes with that. So, then going into that, it's definitely a motivator because, starting out the season with a win and seeing, unfortunately saw Brabham have that issue with the connections. That puts us pretty far ahead of our main competition, so it'll be a big motivator through the rest of the year.
Awesome stuff. Well, listen, thank you so much, ladies, for coming and having a chat with us tonight. Is there anybody you want to thank for the race tonight?
I think I'm not sure if Emily wants to do this or if I want to do this.
Go ahead and thank all of our sponsors, Certifiably Diverse, ABN Networks. Who else we got? Canon Computers. Who am I missing, Jess?
Go for the Gap race. Go for the Gap. Agent Inc. and McConaughey Setup Shop.
Excellent stuff. Well, of course, we can never forget Cammy, can we? So great stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and look forward to speaking to you both on the next race.
Fingers crossed. We'll see.
Excellent stuff. So there you go then. Emily Howe and Jessica Martin from Prismatic Motorsport. Emily Howe taking the GT3 Pro race today. What an effort that was. But let's go and have a chat with some other drivers then. Let's go and have a chat with Alex Coffard from Huge Ass Racing. Alex, welcome aboard, buddy. That was that could have went so many different ways tonight.
Hey, thank you very much. It absolutely could have.
So talk us through that race for Huge Ass Racing then, because, I mean, you were really high up towards the start of the first couple of hours, and then you just seemed to have some really bad luck.
I mean, it wasn't really terrible luck, especially considering, a lot of people had their race ended or anything like that. We didn't have any damage, just a lot of traffic, and honestly, it was kind of just a big gap between us, meaning in front and behind, and so it was a lot of pacing. And so I was just trying to manage that gap, making sure, not trying to go too wide in the kink, and even if it's a little bit slower, it's a little bit safer, and just managing the gap and taking it home.
Awesome stuff. Well, we have to keep it short because we've got a lot of folk to get through tonight, Alex, but looking forward to speaking to you again on the next race.
Thank you very much.
So there you go, Alex Coffard there from Huge Ass Racing. Right, we have to go and jump because we have to go and have a chat with our GT3 AM winners. A very warm welcome back to Chris Rowlands and hello to Lars Devan. Guys, congratulations on taking the first race in GT3 AM.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So who's going first? We'll go with Lars because Lars, we haven't heard from you tonight. What was that last stint of the race like?
Mate, the last two stints, I was driving so well. I think probably my best driving. It was so fun.
The pace that you had was quite something, but obviously, could you believe your luck when Gautier had to go in and take that penalty?
Yeah, we were looking at that because we did some different strategies, and we were looking they're super close, and then they got the penalty. We were not happy for them, but sort of happy for us.
Yeah,
and we took the win, and it was so nice. And also the last lap, we actually wanted to keep the lead lap, but yeah, we just let her pass, and then we had to do one last lap, so that's nice.
How loud was Chris shouting when that came through?
The penalty?
Yeah, I want to hear how loud he was screaming in your ear on voice chat.
Well, he's here, so you can ask him.
Chris, you said that. We spoke earlier on, right? And you were like, oh, we're in a really good position. Surely even you can't believe that's just happened.
Well, we came into this race hoping to just finish. So to actually win the AM category, we're absolutely delighted. I mean, Lars has done, I'm not going to pretend I didn't help, but Lars has done the heavy lifting here. He did the excellent first stint, and then he put the hard laps in at the end. We did basically, I was begging Bree and Emily on direct message, please can you slow down so we have one less lap to do because we're getting tired.
What was the reply to that?
They didn't reply, funnily enough. It's almost as if they've got bigger things to worry about than a random GT3 car. But we could have stayed ahead of them, we think, although Emily was definitely taking it easy by the time they got up to us. But yeah, we could have stayed on the lead lap, but it was a case of we're both getting tired. We're safe where we are, so we just left it where it was. But yeah, we were lucky because when everyone went in for those that mid-race safety car pit stop, we stayed out, and then luckily there was enough time left over because of the stuff that went wrong with the software that we were able to still take our pit stop and not lose out mercifully.
So the big question is, who's buying the celebration drinks tonight?
Well, I think with both of us having just watched our football teams get knocked out of the World Cup, I think it's going to be an early misery night for both of us.
Oh dear. Right. Well, on that note, then, congratulations, silver lining, in taking the GT3 AM win, and can't wait to see you guys out there next time next month.
Cheers, David.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
So there we go. That is Chris Rowlands and Lars the Van there from an amazing effort at Effect Esports. Now we're going to switch time to have a chat with Justin Rem, because Justin doing an absolutely incredible job along with David Duino at Alpine Stars at Geodesk. A very warm welcome, Justin. Congratulations on taking the GTR4 victory tonight. That was a bit of a topsy-turvy race, it's safe to say.
Yeah, the start was just, the first stint was just driving around doing pace laps, it felt like, anyway.
But what the rest of it? Because obviously, I mean, we had like 5 safety cars, I want to say, in the first 30 minutes. How frustrating was that for the team?
It was a little frustrating at the start, I guess, to kind of deal with all this stuff, but it made us like not really have to feel safe. Like we didn't have to do a splash at the end, so it allowed us just to pretty much just full push to the end of the race.
And then obviously with the rest of the season coming up and the rest of the team looking very, very strong, Hockenheim, Barber, Belle, Indianapolis and Motorsports, are you quite confident for the rest of the season?
I don't have a lot of seat time at Barber and Indianapolis, but yeah, the rest of the tracks should be a lot of fun, I think.
Awesome stuff. Well, Justin, congratulations to you and the rest of the team. Do you have anybody that you want to thank tonight?
Just Alpine Stars Geodesic, and then for you guys for putting the broadcast on.
Awesome stuff. Well, listen, Justin, thank you so much for your time tonight, and we'll speak to you next time out.
Thank you. Take care.
So there we go, Justin Rame there, which means that we have, I believe, time for one more interview, and if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be with our TCR winner, which is, of course, Dan McFarlane, all the way down there through the order. So a huge congratulations to Dan for the win and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. But not only that, but it's a bit of a double duo tonight, because we've got Dan McFarlane and David Johansson in with us tonight. Gentlemen, congratulations on the TCR win. Congratulations on not getting murdered by GT3s and GT4s.
Yeah, thank you
so much.
So,
thank you.
Again, that was just a crazy race. Dan, we'll start with yourself, because obviously coming across that line, an amazing effort, but also, you know, a brilliant stint done by David to really put you in a good position.
Yeah, absolutely. David's a great teammate. This is both of our, we're still relatively new to the TCR. We really wanted to give it a try in this league, so really grateful to be here. And yeah, it was a ton of fun. The car was really great. We really had some great racing with others out there. It's a shame that the 322 Impulse had that off. They really had the pace over us. We were really hoping to catch up to them, and then suddenly they were facing backwards. It's a shame.
Got to hear that. And David, obviously, you know, you did a fairly hefty stint in the car as well. What point did you think, yeah, this win is on the cards for us today?
Well, I suppose when Impulse did have their crash, we were mostly certain that we're gonna win it. We weren't really 100% sure, but since that we had that Honda who had a different strategy, we probably wouldn't have to do the extra pit stop in the end. But yeah, it's kind of like when I jumped off the car, Dan did an amazing job, and from that he just sailed to the win. So.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic pairing for you for the start of the season. I mean, you must be really excited with the potential for what's in store for the entirety of the season. I know you said, Dan, that you're still fairly new to the TCR, but you can't really ask for any more.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, it's a great, everything just kind of came together, and I love this track. It's such a good track, especially for this mix of classes. I mean, of course, everybody clashes with one another, but that's just the nature of multi-class racing, and really, like, this car is just so well suited to this track.
Well, gents,
I agree with that. Our win today was kind of trying to stay out of trouble and managing the traffic, and it's one of the most important things in multi-class. So.
And to finish 20 seconds ahead of your nearest rival, I think kind of says how well you guys have done today. But I think it's a lot more than that. But gentlemen, is there anybody that you want to thank today?
Yeah, we would like to thank our team, Sim Racing Grid. Unfortunately, the other car we had in GT3 didn't have a great race. They got caught up in an incident in the first laps. But other than that, yeah, thank Dan for amazing stints he did.
Awesome stuff. I'm feeling the love, guys. Well, listen, thanks very much for joining us tonight. But enjoy the celebrations tonight, and I can't wait to see you next month at Hockenheim.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. So there you go. That's our final interview of the evening then. Dan McFarlane and David Johansson from Sim Racing Grid Phoenix taking that TCR class win tonight. And that rounds everything off rather nicely and into a bow for us here tonight. Well, that is it. A huge thank you to you at home for watching. We hope you've had a really, really enjoyable time. It's certainly been wild for myself tonight. It's been a very, very long night. But again, I say this, and I said this about 2 hours ago as well, you get very, very rarely nights like this where 4 hours absolutely blitzes by in the space of an hour. But that's exactly what it has done. I've been David Christie for Sim Sports Solutions. Hope you've enjoyed all of the coverage. Thank you very much for all the kind comments in chat. As always, hit that subscribe button. We will be back for live coverage of round 2, January the 14th, where we head to Germany in the 4 hours of Hockenheim. Until then, have a very, very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from everyone here at FTR Events and Sim Sports Solutions. A huge thank you to Go For The Gap and to Race Director as always, and as well to our title sponsor, Sim3D. Go check them out on Tinternet. But until then, take care, look after yourselves.